We are back. Okay. So you guys are all in that kind of upstairs area. Did you guys want to disperse? You guys were able to give Elenwee that little sampling. Nyx does not want the sampling. She is just reveling in that feeling. Living her best life. Yep, and you guys did find out the locations of the Avahenna pieces as well from that very difficult puzzle. Yeah. So the only way really to figure out that puzzle was to know at least one starting point. If you guys could have matched up one star, then you could probably figure out how the other ones were. So that's kind of what you guys had to figure out. Which you guys already know where Fina was, so that was your starting point. But you guys are up here chilling. Is there anything that anyone wants to do, wants to say, wants to walk away? I don't know. Y'all are upstairs right now. Jabari's downstairs, chilling out, making life. You know, doing what they do.
I do know that Key told Nyx that she was gonna talk to her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Nyx is busy at the current moment, but or if anyone else had like anything that they were gonna do first, but that's like one thing that I know. And then I still need to have Key talk to Jabari as well about a couple things.
Okay. Is there
And
anything?
Venry, but
Yeah.
you know.
So for Key's checklist, she wants Jabari, Venry, obviously. Venry, and who else? Just the group?
Nyx.
Nyx, that's what it was. And then is there anyone that wants to speak to anyone else specifically? Just so I can write it down. Nope. Okay. Anything, Sam? Probably not. I'm not getting any indication.
Oh, sorry, I didn't unmute. I said no.
Okay. I was like, I don't know. I can't read minds. All right. Well then, Key, you're starting today. Who'd you like to speak to first? Where would you like to go?
Well, actually, first Key would probably ask the group because they're all right there. She's probably just gonna ask, are we staying here for the night/day? Because I'm assuming we're traveling in the nighttime like we did last time.
Yeah, we got nowhere else to go.
What?
Oh, sorry. He said we've got nowhere else to go.
Well, I mean, I just because it's technically nighttime right now, right? Because
No,
Yeah.
I thought it was.
the sun.
Oh, I thought it was
No,
daytime.
the sun was.
No.
We got here at nighttime.
Oh,
Cause timey-wimey.
Oh,
Yeah, when you guys
yeah.
woke up, it was morning in the
sun-
gardens.
oh, that's right.
The
That's
sun
right.
was setting while Key and Venry and Nyx and.
That's right.
Kat were
For some
doing their
reason I
thing.
thought it was the opposite. We woke up like at night.
No. So that's why Key's asking. So she's gonna be like, I mean, I only ask because if we're traveling at night, it's technically nighttime now, and I wasn't sure if we were planning on leaving tonight or if we're going to stay and sleep if Jabari lets us, and then we leave tomorrow night.
Well, I mean, I personally don't feel ready to face Photia, but I mean, if you guys are ready, I will suck it up. I mean,
I thought we were gonna go after the dragon first, and then Photia.
that too. I feel like I'm also not ready for that.
We just got to take a couple days to get there, probably. So I'm just asking: are we leaving tonight, or are we staying?
I was thinking we could plan what we're gonna do and how each of us are going to contribute to the journey so that we can just head out and be on our toes, essentially, and then know what to do once we get there.
That doesn't answer my question, Jay. Are we staying tonight, or are we leaving tomorrow?
Yeah, that's what he meant. Like he wants us to stay. He wants them to stay because he wants them to be able to plan so that they're not planning
but they
on
can
the
still
go.
plan right now, and then leave. So he didn't say. He didn't say if they're staying and leaving tomorrow. Like he's just trying to get an idea.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Chang personally thinks that they might have to stay the night because he doubts everybody is gonna come up with a plan right quick and like be ready to go, but that's just his opinion. Yeah.
Nyx is probably gonna speak up and be like, did you want to go tonight? Or...
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really know because part of me is thinking that if we leave tonight, then half of the night is, I don't want to say wasted, but lost. So less travel time, since, some of us die of heat. She's gonna glance at Chang. And also Venry, right? Because he doesn't like heat. Didn't you say he doesn't like heat? Yeah, so she's gonna glance at Venry too.
I'm gonna see if it's picked up on that. She did. So she's gonna be okay. Then I guess tomorrow night, if Jabari is okay with it, with us staying another night, I have no problem with that.
I kind of wanted to ask Jabari a couple things anyway, so I could go ask him if you guys want me to. I'm sure he'll be fine with it, but
Yeah.
I feel like you have the best
I don't
chance of a
understand
yes.
why I genuinely don't understand why everyone else is so hesitant around him. He's just an old owl.
He's nice. He's just very large, and I'm not going to speak ill of somebody in their own home.
Am I really the only one that likes him?
I don't have a problem with him. He's just... What's the word I'm looking for?
Chang's unhinged.
Intimidating for me.
Key's gonna narrow her eyes at Chang, not in an annoyed way, but an amused way, and then she's just gonna lift her brow and be like, "Yeah, okay, mister, I shot my leader in a foot."
Listen. There's something wrong with that staff.
And that's his fault?
I'm not saying it's his fault, but he has no control over that, and neither do we. So it's something
We've already
to watch out for.
established that it's cursed and that we can probably cure him.
Yes, I know, and I'm saying it makes me wary because we can't control that right now, and he can't control that. So
He hasn't done anything to hurt us.
kind of freaked out.
That doesn't mean he doesn't have the capacity.
He's really... We don't even know how powerful he is. Yuki's really old, but he was also powerful. So. And if he's like him...
So maybe you should keep him as an ally.
I'm not looking to make an enemy. I'm just keeping my distance. Being respectful.
Besides, Key, we all know how Chang is with birds. Giant birds.
Chang the bird racist.
He has been welcoming to all of us, so you're probably right.
Yeah, Key's a little internally offended by the bird comments, but it's fine. It's fine.
I mean, Noctis had a valid point. Chang is afraid of large birds like Valor.
I didn't say that he didn't. I'm just saying that he's a little internally offended.
She can be offended. She ain't a bird.
Yeah, no. If anybody Chang's just waiting for the planning stuff where everybody can get their heads together to be like, this is what we're gonna do. Because otherwise he's just going to be working on either making more of those potions because they ran out last time because he gave everything up, or work on figuring out the teleporter, or working on spell scrolls if that's needed.
So is Chang hoping for you guys to have this planning conversation first before everyone disperses?
Not before they disperse, but before they leave the tower. So, if anybody's got plans, he'd rather have them do that before they can be like, okay, this is what we're going to do before we leave. Yeah.
Because
That's
you
what he
have
would
to
try to
remember
make.
your scroll making and potion making does take time. So if you're doing
Yeah.
prepping, you need
He
to know what
does-
you're prepping.
Yeah, and then I know we wrote down somewhere how long healing potions take. They weren't too long, depending on which one he made.
Mm-hmm.
It's somewhere around here. It was like a little
It's like-
chart.
I think it's like I forgot.
Like
I have it
the
somewhere.
fastest one was the quick shot, so he could make a lot of quick shots in
Yeah,
little
quick
time.
shot I think was like 5
Yeah.
minutes for each one.
And then like it's the I think it was, what was the biggest one, the Supremes or something?
The largest the largest is the Supreme, yeah. I have it. So quick
Yeah, those
shot
ones-
takes 15-20 minutes. It's in the reference.
Mhm. Yeah.
The regular healing takes 30 minutes. The greater healing takes about
Yeah,
40
kind of, yeah.
minutes. Superior is 50, and then the superior is 50, and then the supreme is like a full hour.
Yeah, that's why like whenever they get to planning, he wants to know what people want and need, because then he can calculate how much time he's gonna
Okay.
need to work on stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So like he doesn't want to get ahead of himself.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to like know what other people want.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is what he would relay to Key. Like, this is what's going on in my brain. That makes sense. Oh no. I marked that in my notes now, so I don't forget where those potions are.
So Key's just gonna kind of like look at everyone else and be like, right, so I guess am I going down to ask Jabari if we can stay?
Did you want me to come with you?
No, it's okay, I'm not afraid of him.
No, I wasn't. She's gonna like cover her face with this. I wasn't.
No, but were you what?
I was just, and if you didn't want to go alone, I could go with you. I don't have to if you don't want me to. Now she's like a little nervous.
Key's like, Phoenix, the topic of conversation was that everyone seemed to be either afraid of him or not a fan of him, and so I just assumed that that's why you were asking me.
She's just.
You want to come with me?
I can, if you want me to. She doesn't want to. So what she doesn't want to do is she doesn't want to be like, I have to go with you. But like, if you want her there, she will go. Kind of thing.
He's just gonna kind of like, she's like trying to calm Phoenix down a little bit. She doesn't want Phoenix. She knows Phoenix emotions are still heightened, so she's like, don't get anxious on me. So she's like, Keys, she's just gonna kind of like shrug and be like, Phoenix, you can come if you want to. It's fine, but I don't know if they need you up here for anything.
So she's gonna look around and kind of like look for input if they need her or not.
I thought you wanted us to work on a project. You still haven't told us what it is.
It's important, but it's not dire.
Okay.
I can tell you after I get back.
Okay.
And she's just gonna like walk over to Key.
Did anyone have anything else they want me to ask Jabari while we're at it?
Noctis is gonna just like he's just gonna like look up from his books and just look at Chang. Like with a raised eyebrow.
What?
Never mind.
I'm confused.
I've got more important stuff right now. Don't worry about it.
Lori? Yes, so Lori.
Yeah, so if you can could you ask him if we could get a single feather from him.
A feather?
A feather. Just a single one from him.
Yes. Is it gonna hurt him? Not obviously taking feather, but
No, it can be when that's he's molted or something like that. It's just a singular feather. It's for a tracking spell if he ends up going to a different location. That's all it's for.
okay. He's gonna nod and be like, okay. That's all she wanted. She's like, don't hurt my bird friend.
I feel like Nyx picked that up before because of her arcana being so high. She realized what it was for, but she didn't say it. She was just
Yeah.
like, oh, a feather. Okay.
You're like, magic components. Got it. She goes, thank you.
He just glances at everyone else and be like, last chance.
You can see Kath and Venri. Venri has Kath, like, holding a mechanical object in his hands. And, like, Venri's working on it. And he's like, what would happen if I moved? And he's like, don't fucking move. It's like, but what if I did? You'd break it. Don't move. And so you see he has, like, 2 different tools in his mouth as he's, like, working on it. Kath is just like, alright. You're gonna hear from Venri go on, love. I'm just working on something.
He's gonna respond back and be like, it's taking everything in me not to ask what the fuck you're working on.
I'll tell you when you get back.
Will you?
If you ask.
Oh, like I'm not gonna ask, you know me.
It's just a contraption. That's all it is. For now, until I fix it.
Wow, okay. She's gonna... I'll leave you to it then. And then she's gonna turn around and go.
And Nyx is obviously following.
So you're gonna head downstairs. Is there anything that you guys are gonna be working on, Sam and Chang, while they're gonna go do that? Are you guys just reading, or are you specifically working on something, just so I can write it down?
Go on.
I was just gonna say, Noctis is probably... He's probably, like, he's feeling kind of restless, so he's gonna go between different things.
Okay.
Since he's already gone through the books and, like, written notes,
Mhm.
he might go between, like, coming up with ideas for, the teleporter.
Okay.
Like, how, like, coming up with ideas as far as, like, what it would look like,
Okay.
and, how Chang could make it with the inclusion of magic.
Mm-hmm.
So that they wouldn't have to, because he's trying to make, like, he wants to make one that's portable.
Mm-hmm.
So he's trying to kind of replicate that little, like, the gizmo thing that they have,
Mm-hmm.
but in a way that's smaller,
Okay.
but can still be, like, amplified using magic to make a basically portable teleporter. So he's working on, like, ideas for that, I think.
Okay. Are you going to reach out to Chang during this process, or Lori or Venri or anyone, or are you just doing this for yourself?
I think he's just gonna kind of work on it himself,
Okay.
since they seem to be busy. And he'll like share it with Chang later,
Okay.
so that Chang can put his input, because Noctis doesn't really know how
Mhm.
devices work.
Okay.
And between that, like, he'll probably like work on that, and then also on the side study the words that he took down from the device,
Okay.
and like just to go over the like basically he's trying to also work on ancient in between, and I know
Mhm.
it's not going to be
It's
like a
a-
full
It's more
learn,
so
but
sporadic doing stuff in between each other, so
yeah, because he's a
Yeah.
little
Yeah.
he
Okay.
he's restless, so he's just going between the two different things because he
Okay.
can't put all his focus into one thing right now. So he's just in the corner doing that, I
Yeah.
think.
Notice for you, Asa is tucking himself into a corner, and you can see that he is in meditation mode. He is blocking all sound out. You can see he's going into a mind palace kind of thing, monk shit. So he's there as well, but he is ostracized himself from the group, and he is meditation mode.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Chang, what are you going to be working on?
So until the group like comes together to figure out how they want to prepare for their journey, he's gonna work on side stuff instead.
Okay.
So he wants to work on Bim's night vision goggles.
Okay.
By editing. I don't remember if he has a second pair of goggles. He just has the one, right?
You have the one that you had from the beginning, and then you have the one that Aluna Lore gave you.
So he's gonna edit the one he had from the beginning, the one that can control Artemis, to like see through Artemis's eyes. He wants to make those night vision goggles. I don't know if he can add that additionally to it.
Okay, so are you wanting the goggles themselves to be night vision, or night vision through Artemis's eyes?
Oh shit! I didn't even think about that.
Because those goggles already have a connection to Artemis. So do you want them to be like able to fully just see through? Because if Artemis goes onto Bim's shoulder, he's able to then just see night vision.
Hello?
So it depends on what you want. Hello, I hear you. Can you hear me?
You froze, so I didn't hear what you said.
Basically, I said, do you want it to be just fully connected to Artemis? So Artemis is going to be the one with the modification. So that way, whoever is watching through Artemis's eyes can then do that, or just the goggles themselves, which mean you'd be changing a function of the goggles to do that, or continue with what it can already do, which is see through Artemis's eyes.
He wants to do the goggles himself because
Okay.
the Artemis thing makes the user immobile, and he doesn't want Bim to be immobile. He wants to be able to like actually move and see in the dark.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So, okay. Okay.
Um,
Artemis's goggles.
So there's that. And he also wants to get started on figuring out how to make the hovercraft, since he has Mithril now.
Okay.
And those are the things he only has really time to focus on right now.
Okay.
If that makes sense, I don't know. Like, he's not gonna work on making it, he just, because you said he has to study the broom first to be able to understand the hovercraft. So you'd have to study the broom after doing the night vision goggle thing.
Okay. So, let's see here. So it depends on how long they're going to be down there and having their conversation, and then things afterwards. We'll figure out the logistics for certain things.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Nyx and Key, you guys are headed downstairs to the giant bird who's chilling and reading a book with his newfound spoon. So you guys are gonna head on down. As you guys get closer, you guys can start smelling something sweet in the air. It smells like raspberry and strawberry and something freshly baked. So it smells really nice the further you guys go down. So as you guys make your way, are you guys just gonna go to where you last saw him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. You can see that he is now in the kitchen, and you can smell that wonderful baked goods smell in the kitchen. And you can see over the top of the oven, there is like what looks to be like a large kettle with the top on. But that's where that really sweet bakery kind of smell is coming from.
He is just gonna kind of lift her around, just be like, "What are you making?"
Oh, hello. I decided with the berries that you brought I'm trying to make something from one of the books that I found in here, and he's gonna like lift it up. It looks to be like some kind of old ancient cookbook. And he flips through it to an illustration of what looks to be almost like a scone-ish kind of looking biscuits with fresh berries and everything on top. So he's making like a berry compote with like that on top, and he's like, it looked very good, and I think something maybe some that didn't necessarily like my cooking with would prefer.
He's gonna glance down at Nyx.
Nyx is gonna be like, "That's so sweet."
Well, you were my guests in my abode at the moment, so I wanted to accommodate.
Speaking of that, we did want to come down here and ask you if it was okay if we stayed for
Of course.
day.
Day,
Not
night,
really
multiple days. How many days you need? I have so much room.
We just didn't want to, invite ourselves.
No, of
Stay.
course. You're more than welcome. My home is your home.
that makes Key a little emo with that comment. She's gonna kind of nod a little bit. She does look a little bit like not upset as in like triggered upset by that statement, but she is a little bit upset by that statement. Touched but upset, I guess. And she's going to walk over kind of by where he is, and she's just gonna kind of like lean against either the wall or something, kind of like by where he is. She just looks at him and she says, "Can I ask you a couple things? I don't know if you'll even know the answer to them, but figure it doesn't hurt to ask."
Of course.
We're supposed to be going after a dragon?
Ha 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 ha. Dragon. Very probable.
Do you know anything about said dragon, supposedly
Well,
pet of Avahennis?
you see his expression change for a moment, and he goes, "Ah, that creature." And you see him it's like a sad expression. Remember when I told you that I had many others like me? The first creations of Avahennis.
Yes.
Well, the very first dragon that was created was, well, a deep friend of mine. Fardry, or Fairdry.
Is that the name?
It could be. Unfortunately, I do not know which of their offsprings still exists to this day. If it is truly Fardrai, they are a black dragon.
Do you know if they have a certain way they need to be communicated with?
If they are of the lineage and have kept up, they do not necessarily speak like you and me would. They speak through the mind. So what you know, they can communicate as well. Fardrai had 4 offspring. A green, a blue, a red, and a gold dragon. The last one that I was able to locate was the blue dragon, which was Cells.
Do you remember where they were?
They were spread wide and far. Unfortunately, the last one that I saw, of course, was Cells, and that was over, I believe, in Ostera before it was condoned into multiple locations.
Do you remember the names of the other ones?
Very vague, for one. The gold, I recall, was Aramis. The green was Ferris. Unfortunately, I do not recall the red one. They kept to themselves the most.
Nyx is going to be like, do you know why they kept to themselves?
Not completely, no. They were the runt of the litter when they did come out. So often, of course, the runts are bullied by the elder offspring.
The red one was the runt?
The red one was the runt.
Okay. And is there a certain way to approach them or appeal to them? Is there something to do to this creature?
Dragons can tell if you are a loyal sort or if they see you as a threat. They are very powerful in their own right. More powerful than even some gods. That is why Avehenes, of course, created them as such.
Do you think it would be possible to find all of them?
If they still have survived, possibly. But do be keen with some. You see, dragons can shapeshift and look mortal if they wish. And they are immortal. They can last forever. They breed only once in a couple 100 years. They use some of their life force to do so. It is an endless cycle, but a beautiful cycle, as one will use its life force to create new life. Finding a dragon egg is like finding a very powerful weapon, but also a grand treasure. They can be loyal. They're not just mere pets. There's so much more.
I'm the one that is your friend.
Fardrai. Fardrai gave up a lot of themselves to create their offspring, but they were still able to retain themselves for quite a long time. They could still be alive. Unfortunately, I do not know. They haven't reached out if that's the case. If they reached out, then of course they would want to be known. But since they have not, or I do not know if they are still alive, I have to respect that.
That's fair.
Do you
Do you
know
think
that
we would?
Do you think that?
Oh no! What were you gonna say?
Oh no, I was just going to say that do keep in mind, they technically have 3 forms they can take. Their true form, their half form, and the mortal form. The Dragonborn, have you ever heard of those types?
I see.
So there is some Dragonborn, but they're very rare to come across. They were mostly well known to come about in stories and fables kind of thing. Your mother would have talked about them a lot, because that would have been something that like would have been like stories and be like, so I used to hear these things. But you guys, I'm gonna have you guys both roll a history check, considering where both of you are from.
21.
Okay, so you guys haven't seen any where both of you live, but you have heard whispers of like lizard-esque kind of folk or dragon folk, but they mainly reside in like Chinese New Year. There's like a location that celebrates that. That's normally where they reside. And it's a very select group. They very ostracize other people from them because they are so rare. But no one really knows how they came to be because many people believe dragons are all dead. So they're like an anomaly kind of thing. They just appear some days and no one knows where they came from or why.
So Key's just gonna nod and she's be like, I have, and she kind of like glances down at Phoenix, like, try to see if Phoenix also
You see, Jabari kind of floof his feathers and he kind of leans in. He goes, that's the dragons having a little bit of fun among the mortals.
Nix is just like,
he's gonna say, good for them.
It's quite amusing if I think so. And just kind of like chuckles and laughs.
Huh.
He's an old man. He's not
So-
phased.
So, if we did find Fardrai, or any of the offspring, are they loyal to her, or do you think that do they have any reason to not be?
Unfortunately, I wouldn't know. It just depends on if they still believe in the old ways or if they have taken on new ways. Dragons normally keep to the old legends and the old ways of doing things, but as time changes, generations change. So there is that probability. Dragons are to be respected, though, and be feared.
And if we don't fear them?
Then you will learn why you should be feared. You will learn it very quick.
So show our fear?
Show your respect. You can show fear, they'll respect it.
I don't have a problem doing that. There's some people in the group that do.
Then they should be warned.
Great. They don't listen to me about that kind of shit.
Nyx is already showing, like, fear on her own face.
Mm-hmm.
Just like,
He kind of goes, they come in many different sizes as well. Fardrai was as big as the, I believe it is the ancient tree. I believe it's residing in the cove now, Clover Cove. Fardrai is that large.
Oh.
she's just gonna be like, I didn't know anything about that.
Well, I don't think that means that he's there. It's just that that's the size that he is.
That's huge, and I don't like the idea of that because I am tiny.
Fardrai, I don't know if I asked or if I caught on. Is Fardrai? This might be a weird question, but a he or a she?
All dragons are both.
Oh.
They can conceive their own children and lineage within themselves. They are.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Some do present one way or the other, but in reality, they are both.
Okay. Good to know. Is there a way to recognize if they are in their disguise? Do they do anything? Do they say anything?
Well, I know that when Fardrai, of course, became their mortal guys, they would often still retain their dragon-like features in some way. So they would have a little bit of scalage around the eyes and retain their lizard kind of like eye sockets. Normally, they are fully one color with almost a snake-like slice in between, but if they do, of course, don't, they are able to blend in like anyone else. They're very smart. They're not gonna try and give themselves away unless they want to.
Of course not. Except for the fact that I was able to feel something kind of guiding me in the direction we originally started last time that we were here. Our intention was to find said dragon.
I wonder if you have the scent for it, then.
What?
the vibration cue that hunters and gatherers and those who are one with the forest can understand better than others. There's a way that you can get in tune with nature in such a very close manner that others cannot, that allow you to get close to beings that are very much alike, like yourself.
Are you saying I'm animalistic, Jabari? Are you calling me an animal?
Well, aren't all of us a little bit of an animal in some way or another? We all have instincts that we follow, feelings in our guts.
Well, what about... She's gonna look down at Phoenix, just be like, what about you? Did you feel anything? You're supposed to be good at survival things, too.
No, I didn't. Maybe that's just a talent that you have. Could be useful.
She's just gonna grumble under her breath. She's gonna grumble. Stop it. She knows what Phoenix is doing. So Key is just gonna kind of nod, I guess, a little bit and be like, so would that work then if they are in disguise or trying to hide? Would it still feel the same, do you think?
It depends on their vibration. You may align with one dragon's vibration more than another. Whatever about them, if it is a dragon that's giving you that pull, you have a kinship with them.
He's just gonna nod a little bit again. I'm sorry, it's not my fault. You know that this is what I'm thinking too. I'm trying so hard, Chelsea. I'm sorry. So hard. Okay. Good thing I finished that book yesterday. She just kind of like smiles a little bit, and then she's gonna nod, and she looks at Phoenix. She's gonna say, "Did you have anything else to add?"
Not about the dragon thing, but there is the thing that Lori asked. And she's gonna turn to Jabbar, and she's gonna be like, this is gonna be real weird, but do you think we could perhaps have one of your feathers? I know that...
My feathers.
Maybe one that you've already had. It's so that we can find you if...
He just shakes and like a few of them fly off. He goes,
Let me see if she can catch one. No, she cannot.
Okay, she goes to it and just goes just past your arm.
So wait for it to land on the floor. So it's just so we could find you if you happen to leave this place.
Oh.
Because you're a good friend to us.
Well,
And
if
she's
that's
gonna
the case,
And like,
say what you're gonna say.
oh, she's just kind of. I was saying she was just gonna smirk and kind of like look towards Key, like, see, friend.
I did good. You see him goes, oh, in that case, let me get you a good feather. And you see him just kind of, and like go through and start like trying to find one that's nice, going on the other side. And you see him kind of like preening a little bit before he kind of like pauses and forgets that you guys were there for a hot second because he was cleaning himself. And then he goes, Feather, that's right. And he finally kind of reaches over and you see him like pluck one out. It's like, it would be great as like the length of it is perfect to fit into like a book. Almost like a bookmark. Like, you know, like it's just that perfect kind of feather. And he goes, this one I think would be the perfect one, so that way my friends can come find me.
She's gonna take it. She'll be like, thank you. And then she's the one she picked up. She's gonna be like, for a backup. She's gonna like put them together and like hold them to the side so she doesn't like break it or anything on the way.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna look at Jabari really quick, and she's gonna say, there is something else that I want to tell you, and it's not exactly the most pleasant thing, but I know last time we were here we talked about Yuki.
Is how he's my old friend.
We lost him.
Well, I'm sure you could find him again.
No, sorry. He's gone.
You see him pause, and his feathers that were all poofed out and like goofy kind of slowly tuck in. And you see that he kind of gets smaller a little bit, leaning onto his staff a little bit for support. And you see him go, I see. Then I should do a proper send-off.
She's gonna like step forward to him, and she's actually gonna hug him. It doesn't matter if he hugs her back or not. She is going to actually hug him. But it's like, it's not like a tight hug, I guess. It's kind of that hug where it's like a side hug thing, and she just kind of is like leaning against him too. And she's just gonna say, I'm sorry.
You feel a shift as he kind of leans into you, and then his long wing kind of over the both of you. And he does kind of like a little nuzzle into like the top of your head because you are kind of like down here. So he just kind of does. I thank you for letting me know. And he's gonna pull away, and you see he does have the sadness. His eyes are the very large, spooky black eyes, but they have just a rim of tears on them that have yet to fall. And he goes, would you be able to do something for me, Miss Kilarian?
Yeah, of course.
With your skills of making things with wood, could you make a small form of a fox for me?
Yeah.
I appreciate it. And he is going to kind of let you go. And he's going to slowly get up and kind of waddles over to this wall. And you see him kind of with his little claws start to pull out a large brick from the side. Puts it off to the side, and you see him put his hand in, and he pulls out what, not a book, not paper. This is a stone tablet that he has had for years. And you see that he then reaches in and gets out a small little chisel-like thing. And you see him start to cross off a name. And you see him look at you and he goes, "When? What day was it?"
Well, I mean, I guess technically a couple days ago.
You see him kind of nod and see him counting in his head a little bit before he starts to chisel in what looks to be almost like a date onto the side of that drawn out area. And he kind of wipes it down, looks at it, and he goes, "One more officially done, my friends." And he kind of gives it a really low nod before putting it back up, putting the stone and away.
Key just watches him do that, and she is going to, after a second, she's going to say, "Jabari, are you going to be okay?"
When you have lived as long as I have, Miss Kilarian, your friends will eventually go. It is inevitable. Nothing truly can stay immortal. Nothing can truly stay forever. The only things that can are our memories of them. It is expected with how old all of us are. It is sad. But it is a comfort to know that maybe we will meet together in the great beyond.
I am not gonna lie, but after that happening, I'm a little worried about you.
Because of why, Comfort? Because I'm so old?
No.
I'm still kicking as much as I can.
Oh, I know. You seem to be doing fine on that end. I just mean, it feels like wherever we go, shit follows and people end up killed.
You all are working on something that is going to be a great change. And unfortunately, with that, sometimes with great change, there is discourse and unfortunate things. Do not worry about me. I am very old, young lady.
I know you are.
And do not think I won't be a little bit scrappy as well if something comes at my door. I still got a few things up my feathers for them. Yes, I do.
And Key's gonna smile, and then she's gonna walk over to him, and she's gonna say, So is that your promise that you'll be alright?
Ah. I'll be as good as I can.
Good, because I have a wedding that is supposedly happening after all of this, and I want you to come.
Can I officiate this wedding?
No, I don't.
I'm officially so excited for you. That is great news.
Technically, I'm not even technically engaged yet. Kind of.
But you know it's coming, don't you?
I do. She just kind of like holds up the ring, the necklace. It's like he hasn't exactly asked me completely, but it's like both of us know. So it's
Probably waiting for the best possible moment.
that's what he says, but I'm so fucking impatient.
Patient is a virtue, but also annoying is all hells.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that he fucking knows me too well. And he knows that I'm not the most patient. So he's forcing me to be fucking patient. Because he knows that he's the one that has the power in all of this.
Does he
Fucking-
though? Because there is something you could do. You could spin it on him. Who says that he has to be the one to ask? Or do you like the more traditional way? Because I do appreciate that as well.
I do. I wish that I could say that I could just go with the modern way, but I can't. I can't. It's just it's the way that I know.
He just kind of comes over and he kind of pat your head and he goes, then wait. If you want it, be patient. Much to your, distaste. And what about you, Miss Nix? Anything into the horizon for you?
Yeah, Phoenix. He just like turns and looks at Phoenix.
Phoenix
Anything
giggles.
in the horizon?
Let me see if she's gonna say what came to my mind. Hold on 1 second. She's gonna be like, promising, but you'll have to ask your brother. And she's just gonna turn red.
And he goes, whoa, keeping it with the family.
Oh, you have no idea, Jabari. You have no idea.
He goes, I do love a little bit of drama.
No drama.
Yeah.
No drama. Nope. Nope.
Are you sure? I kid.
Do you have any other further wisdom that you could embark on us tonight?
When you do find that person, never let them go. And enjoy your time with them while you can. Sometimes it can be very fleeting. And stay around only for a little bit. Before, unfortunately, the great beyond will take its toll.
Kinky insight check. She's trying to see if he's speaking from experience.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a 14.
Yeah.
rolled
You
a
can
2.
tell he seems to be reminiscing on something, but you can't quite place it. But he is reminiscing.
Okay. So he just nods, and she's just gonna reach out and just like pat his shoulder, I guess. His arm. She can't really reach. She can reach his shoulder.
Yeah,
But she's like,
yeah. He's just like,
arm.
and he
And
goes,
then she's gonna.
oh. You see him kind of like slowly kind of like pat you back, and you can keep talking. He's just gonna go check on his biscuits.
Oh.
You see him go, oh, and like waddle over.
Key is gonna turn back to Phoenix, and she's gonna say, anything else while we're down here? We still need to talk.
I mean, I didn't have anything else for Jabari, or anything that I was really doing right now. If you have time or want to talk now.
Well, if you'd like to speak, have it with some dessert! And he is going to come over. You see him kind of pop over, and he finds like a plate, puts it down, and he puts down like, it's basically like scones is what he's putting down. And then over the top, he's ladling like a berry compote with the raspberries. And then you can see he goes over to like a little area, and he pulls out what looks to be freshly made whipped cream that he puts on the table and like hands over a bowl, and he's like, and this one's mine. And he takes this new spoon, and you see him like get all happy and start eating it.
Key just completely smiles to herself when he takes the spoon that she made.
Mm-hmm,
And she's gonna ask, can I take, honestly, the wood here, there's a lot of it, so can I take some, or do you,
oh, please, if
have any-
anything, I can just mend it later, and then of course I can get finally rid of some of these holes. So go ahead, take as much as you'd like.
I meant more from just, like, the broken pieces, things like the broken furniture and stuff that's lying around.
What did I say earlier, Kilarian? My home is your home. Take what you
No,
like.
but I don't want to just ransack your home. You could have been saving for something else.
Technically,
I don't
it's
know.
not even my home, but I just reside here. I'm squatting.
Do you know whose home it was? Did we tell you who was here?
DM does not remember if you guys told.
I don't remember either.
No, no.
I don't think so.
I don't think you
No.
guys. So he goes, no. I'm assuming some sort of hobo.
He's just gonna laugh, and she's gonna be like, actually, it was Elrond? I think that's how you say his name. He like mumbles it to herself. She's like,
Yeah, it's Elrond. You see him kind of. This boy, this was the location?
Yes. Is there more we should know about it then? Should
I
we
feel like I should burn it down.
burn it down? What? Wait, hang on. Oh, I guess because if someone is...
This was
Thank
his cage.
Yeah. But it has a lot of useful stuff in it. I mean, found...
I will
things.
think on it.
If you do, make sure you find somewhere else that's safe. You seem to have been safe here.
So far. I might get rid of the stupid tree of death!
Ugh. That tree of death. Yeah. But maybe just make sure that, there's nothing of use beyond, we've pretty much checked everywhere, I think, but we could do like one final sweep to see if we can find anything before you burn it down.
I'll make a decision. I'll think on it. Brainstorm time activates.
Okay.
His
I'm gonna go
eyes are
talk-
really big right now. He is legitimately in brainstorm time. His eyes are huge and like they're slightly glazing over as well. Like he's going to a far distant land. Like he's just mindlessly eating.
Key's gonna say, I'm gonna go talk to this one now.
He does not respond.
Yep.
He is out.
She goes, right. I take that as our cue to go.
Nyx is gonna grab a scone.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Key took the second
Okay.
he said that out, Key took it. She was
Yeah,
like,
so-
"Barry!"
So the scone that he made is a brown sugar scone, so it is on the sweeter side. It's not as like plain cakey as some scones can be, so it does have that extra sweetness to it. And then it has the raspberry compote on top, and that just seeps right on into the scone, making it all nice and gushy. And then of course that whipped cream, fresh whipped cream that he made. It's like the double churned kind of whipped cream where it's real thick and creamy. So it's like that.
Nice.
You content?
Wait, is that to me?
Mhm.
She's kind of like looking at the little skull. She hasn't taken a bite yet, but she's just doing her little happy dance. And she's like, "Yep." Where did you want to go? There's a couch over there, and she like goes that way to the like motions to the living room.
Yeah, that works. That works.
She's gonna hobble on over and sit her happy little butt on the couch. Meow, 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 meow. In the spot she was in before.
Key's gonna follow her. Yeah. She'll just follow her and sit down next to her. Before I do that, Sam and Ash, do you guys have anything that you were gonna do? Because I need to go through my notes real quick on this thing to organize it better, because it's not very organized. So, if anyone else has a way to kill time, that would be great.
I
I think I was just supposed to. We were supposed to just figure out the logistics of how Chang is doing
Which we
the
can,
things.
which we can do. We totally can do. I'd say they've been down there for at least 40 minutes or so.
Mhm.
40 minutes to an hour.
Unless Sam was about to. do
Yeah.
something.
what are Chang and Lori doing like at the moment?
So Chang, you were working on first the BIM's night vision goggles, correct? Converting
Yes.
the Artemis goggles into
Yes.
night vision as a dual capability.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's right. What was Lori doing? Was Lori helping him?
Lori was not helping unless you guys need her assistance.
Sorry, like I said, I'm off my meds, so
You're fine.
for some reason, because I asked, like, because you said Lori, and I don't fucking know.
No,
where my brain
Lori
is
is
right
just Lori's chilling. Lori's
Okay.
just chilling. Venry and Kath are working on something. Ellen Wee is kind of chilling. Asa is meditating. If anything, Lori has her book of many things and is going through
now.
it.
Mhm. By the way,
That's what she normally does.
all those like the books on the different realms and
Mhm.
what else did he found? Something about like he learned, like he read the book about hemotheory, the creation of man. He probably like thumbed through the invention book, but he's gonna give that to Chang.
What?
But he's putting all those in his own little book. He's put them all in there.
Okay.
Except for the invention one, because he's probably gonna give that to Chang at some
Chang.
point.
Yeah, better write that down because I'm not remembering.
I do. I have it written down here.
Thanks.
Because I'm thinking. I think I might have something that I'm going to have. Where's my? Oh, there it is. I'm just trying to see if I have any spell scrolls real fast. I have. Because he could do that. No, okay. So I do have something that I think Noctis could approach Lori about.
Okay.
Also Chang, but if he's still working on the thing,
We will
Noctis probably
see. Let me
won't.
do some rolls with Ash to see how long it will
Okay.
take for them to figure
Perfect,
out
'cause
that modification.
I gotta piss, so I'll be back.
Okay.
While you do that.
Ash.
Yeah. Here I am.
So we want to do that modification to the goggles. So
Yes.
the first roll you're going to do is to see if you are able to apply that second modification without disturbing that first modification.
Okay.
So that way you don't lose your work, because you are doing something to something that already has that active on it. So I'm going to have you roll your intelligence.
Remember, you have advantage.
Yeah, I know.
And as well as sleight of hand
Hold on.
and arcana, because you are
Alright.
now messing with a little bit of magic tweaks.
Sleight of hand.
Arcana is super low compared to everything else, just because it's minor tweaks.
Hold on, magical. I'm just looking at my features real quick, just in case. Documents. He's also gonna use. Does he need to use Asteri's tools for this?
You can, but you don't have to.
Where are the fucking tools? I thought I put them in here. Stretch. Where's my shit? Where's my shit?
You're like, where is it?
Maybe it's in inventory. Hold on. I thought I put them in here, but I don't know. I know I gave him some bonus or something, but anyway. There's too much thinking right now. You're doing shit today. Understandable. Okay. Sleight of hand. At least that one was better. Shit. Still terrible. Oh no. He's not doing too hot. So intelligence was 13. Sleight of hand was 17. Arcana was 14.
Okay. And that was with your advantage and everything?
Yep.
Okay. So, intelligence-wise, you're able to see that there may be an issue because these goggles already have a designated, connection to Artemis.
Yeah.
So, whatever you do to it, there could then be interference to Artemis later.
Okay.
So, I'm going to have you roll another round of those to see if you're kind of able to figure out, because you're working for about a half hour and you're realizing this might have an issue with the way that you're thinking of creating it. So now you have to kind of go back and rewrite to see if you're able to do it without messing with that previous modification.
Okay.
So do another round of all those. Remember your advantage.
This one is better. Shit, I don't remember what the first one was. Wow, that's garbage. My dexterity is trash.
Oh no.
Oh, that was better. Okay, so that's plus. Ooh. I'm glad I'm smart. I think that's. So for intelligence, he got a 21.
Okay.
Sleight of hand, he got a 6. And Arcana, he got a 25.
Okay.
Correct.
So what you're able to figure out, you definitely figured out the way that you can do it. And by doing that, you're also able to figure out the vision spell based on other access that you have to like the spell books and stuff. So you are able to figure out a way to like do it, but as you go in to like do it to the goggle, unfortunately, because the sleight of hand, you hear a and you take your hand away, you like close your eyes, take your hand away, slowly open them. The left goggle speck is cracked.
Hold on. Left. Uh-huh.
But you were able to apply it. However, that makes it so the left eye is unusable now, so you can only see through that one eye socket. It does have that vision, but it's basically you have an eye patch that looks like goggles. So the left side does not work, but the right side does.
Since his Arcana is so high, does he know that does he know whether that's fixable?
You were able, so figuring out, like, using that vision spell, you have a way that you could then just transfer that to now a different pair of goggles. It's just the sleight of hand. Okay. So you know how to do it, you know how to create what you want to create, but unfortunately your hands did not allow you to create it.
If he asked a very dexterous individual to help him with applying this, could that work?
So you're gonna have to fix the cracked glass goggle piece.
Okay.
First.
So okay, hold on.
Do you have any sort of magic ability or any way that you know as glass working that you would be able to then fix the glass part?
The Artificer Handbook is vague, so I don't know. Also, to answer that question, Cassie, the only one who can do that is you, because I failed to. Oh, does he? That's right. That's right. I was actually gonna ask, actually. So you got me. You got me.
So you can kind of come to the point like it can be done. You may just need assistance.
Okay. Wait, let me write that down. Hold on. Applying man to. Okay. Wait. There's so much going on. I'm confused. So for DM knowledge, Chang is thinking he might ask Nyx to fix the cracked goggle piece because she can do magic-y stuff and jeweler stuff and also the crystalline stuff. And he's going to try asking Venri with applying the stuff because he shows interest in tinkering and because he might be better with his hands. As much as he hates to admit it right now. Because Chang lost his arm, so he's a klutz right now.
Yeah.
And it's gonna take time to get used to that.
Yeah, because, I mean, you can't feel.
I can't even grip it. Yeah.
You can grip
Can't
it,
feel
but you
or
might grip it too
Oh.
hard. But it's also,
Yeah.
it's feeling things against your hand does help with figuring out how things are when you
Yeah.
can't necessarily see it.
Yeah. So he figures,
So-
I'm figuring that, like, I'm gonna justify that low roll with the hand thing, because that's
Mhm.
what happened at the temple also.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna have to just throw in the towel and be like, I hate to do this, but I need to ask for help on something I was originally good at.
You're
That's
like, and
funny.
now I am having issues.
Yeah.
Yep. That's fair.
So fixing the cracked goggle, you said, and then assistance with applying the vision spell?
So what you're doing is you are enhancing the goggles with your mechanical part on the rim of the glasses, putting on that that arcane spell, and then having to place it back into the goggles. When you were placing it back into the goggles, that's when it cracked.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I have to... Just in case. Okay, so yeah, where is Bim, by the way?
Bim, he is actually kind of doing sit-ups off in the corner. He working on his abs, so he's kind of like away from everyone who's working on stuff, but he's like doing like sit-ups and shit. He's like doing like random like, we chilling here, so I'm just gonna work on my fitness. So that is what he is doing currently.
Okay. I have a question for him later because of something that you said last session, yeah. So since that failed, and that took a moment, would that be when the peeps return? Well, actually, no, they said they might take longer.
Yeah, so you right now, this is about, that second round would have been probably at the 40 mark.
Okay.
So they just got done with Jabari.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just debating on whether he's gonna ask for help. No, actually, no, because he needs Nyx first, so he has to wait. So then, since he has to wait for Nyx, he won't bother Venry right now because he's doing something. He's gonna switch gears and study Noctis's broom.
Okay.
So he can figure out stuff about the hovercraft. In the meantime, while he waits for Nyx and Key to return.
Okay. So let's do some rolls for your studying of the broom and understand its arcane mechanics.
Wow, Nyx.
All right.
Okay.
So you are going to roll an intelligence and an arcana.
19 arcana. Damn! Sarah, you is not on fire today. Switch dice. Oh my god. I'll just use these two. So Well, that was worse. So intelligence was 8 and Arcana was 18.
Okay. So you're studying the broom. You can tell that it has like those scrolling arcane words on the actual like broom handle of it.
Mm-hmm.
But you feel like it's more than just a spell. So you're kind of looking at it like, is it the wood that it's actually on? Is it the little dangle bits that are on this broom that make it actually like, you know, float? So you are able to understand the magic, but there are components of the magic part that you're not processing because you're not looking at a spell book or anything of that tells you. You're just figuring it out on your own. So you can figure out the spell incantation on the broom so you know the base of what you have to do and like what words and what things to scribble onto whatever you're going to make for the hoverboard, but you don't know the catalyst that you have to use for its focus. Because this spell needs something specific, but you can't tell if it's any of the bits that are on the broom, if it's the broom handle itself, is it the ending part of the broom, or is there something inside the broom that you can't see?
Wait. Okay.
So that is where, that's what you're running into. You're kind of doing the whole like, fuck.
Would the goggles that Lori gave him help with that? Like if he
the
were to
one
put
that
those
you
on?
can figure out.
Yeah. Would that help him see what he's missing?
So that is the conclusion you are coming to. Maybe if I do this instead.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, okay, so
So figuring that out, you go, I have tools that I might be able to figure out.
okay.
So you don't need to roll another Arcana. You know the Arcana part. You just don't know the item that you need.
Okay, cabin. Conclusion. Okay, so that's what he comes to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
So that's kind of where you're at right now.
Okay.
You just
Got
being
it.
like, okay, I need to do this. So I'm going to write this down so I know like what the spell is and everything. And it is like, it's a hover spell. It's just with like fancy writing and everything. So it's just like, oobly doobly, I wish to float kind of thing. So that's basically what that is.
So just for lore's sake, since so the part that he's not understanding is more geared to the alchemist side of things, not the magic people side of things.
You were, for some reason, magic side, you understand this clearly. The alchemist side of thing,
Okay.
what part of this makes it work? That is what you're having issues with.
Okay, I was asking
like,
because I was...
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Lori's an alchemist! I was like, wait, there's an alchemist right there. Nah.
She's not an alchemist. She doesn't deal with chemicals.
Oh, I'm sorry, artificer. You know what I meant. I'm sorry.
She's not
confusing the
even
words.
technically an artificer.
Oh, shit.
She's a wizard.
Damn it, Grandpa, I need you. Okay.
But she understands concepts of artificer.
Got it. Okay.
So she's more of magic side than invention side.
So this wouldn't be like something he can ask the sorceress or the wizards.
No, you could still technically ask them because that would be part of also magic on their side. You just understand. It's like looking at a math problem.
Mhm.
You can understand the math, but not necessarily what it was written on. It's the material that's giving you the issue.
Okay. It's like when
Yeah.
you're like you like on some level understand how it's supposed to be solved, but you don't actually know how to solve it.
It's like baking. You can see what the end product is. You see
Yeah.
all the ingredients, but you don't know. Oh no. You can see how it ends.
Yeah.
You can see the instructions. You just don't know what certain ingredients are. That's what that is. Yeah.
Like reverse engineering.
Yeah,
you're good.
that's basically what you're doing. You're reverse engineering.
That makes sense in my brain. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Sorry. So that's all he has time for, correct?
That as of right now.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. I just wanted to see what Sam was going to do because there might be cross over both of you.
Yes.
Yeah. So right now we're at, I'd say we're about 50 minutes to 1 hour in. We've already gotten past the 40-minute of Jabari. Noctis, what'd you want to work on, sir? Sam.
Were Phoenix and Key going to come back up after they were done with Jabari, or are they going to talk? Because I know
they're going to talk.
Okay. And not in the same room that everyone else is in.
Probably not. So how long do you think you would have taken, because you said you were working on ideas for the teleporter, brainstorming a little bit to be smaller for the amplification?
Do
you already have an idea of how you want to kind of do that?
I actually do, yeah. So it probably honestly wouldn't have taken him too long.
Okay.
Maybe about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Especially since he doesn't have, like, the artificer standpoint.
Yeah, this is you just theorizing.
Yeah.
Basically.
This is him, like, writing out a whole, like...
thesis.
Well, he's got, like, a list of ideas. And then a bunch of sketches and, like, things of how it would work.
Okay.
But he needs to obviously get with
put it in
Chang to know the the actual artificer part. But
30 minutes in, you would have heard Chang kind of and that crack of the lens for his goggles that he was working on, and just the absolute devastation on his side. So within that 30 minutes, you would have heard him go crack and just like, no!
R.I.P. Chang.
Yeah. My buddy.
But like, okay, so like, I guess after that 30 minutes, if Key and Phoenix still haven't come up, I think Noctis will like kind of pull his stuff together and approach Lori.
Okay. Lori has her book open. She's kind of opening a few things, pulling things out, fixing things on them, putting it back in.
I'm trying to figure out where I put my notes on this. Where the fuck? Oh, here it is, I think. Yes, okay. Okay. Alright, so he'll approach her and kind of like squat down next to her, I guess. And I think he's kind of like nervous about asking. He's gonna kind of like look around a bit, and then just go, "Hey, Lunalore, have you ever heard of something called a chimera?"
I believe I have. That's the creature that's multiples, that's kind of conglomerated with one another, right?
Yeah.
Is that the one with the snake for a tail, and the one with the lion head, and the one with the eagle head and such? Or am I thinking of a different creature?
Would Noctis know of that kind of chimera?
Roll an intelligence for me. Because Key definitely would, because that would have been in Greek mythology. And considering that we've said that you know some kind of stuff from the human world, there's
Yeah,
a high probability. What'd you get?
Just straight intelligence?
Yep.
19.
It rings a bell. Definitely rings a bell. But not what you're thinking of.
Yeah, not what I'm thinking of.
Mhm.
But I would understand, like,
Her reference.
that. Oh, yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna be like, yeah, I think that is also a thing, but I'm not thinking of that exactly. Nothing from stories. I mean, unless that thing's real, I don't actually know.
Yep, continue.
Great. Yeah. God, Lori. I mean, a Lunalore. Noctis doesn't call people by nicknames, fuck.
Yeah, she's like...
Lunalore. But you know what they are and that they can be created.
Mm-hmm. Normally it's through some kind of, alchemy of some kind, or,
Yeah.
that sort, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it can be reversed?
It depends on if the body is still intact still. There is a probability of it being done, but I can't necessarily say it's guaranteed. If the body that you have is still in its original form, unless it's been fully integrated with the new creation it was probably infused with, it just depends. If it's more human-esque than there is, or mortal-esque, I should correct myself. If it's more mortal-esque, then there is a larger probability of it being able to reverse and separate it from whatever it was combined with. But if it wasn't, then there is a low chance that it is a possibility.
He's gonna pull the vial of Okay, but like, to be fair, he does not use her full name. And also, he's very familiar. Oh, you know what? Fair. He was close with Key, so he calls her Key.
Past tense. It hurts my heart.
I mean,
Keep going.
Noctis feels like he damaged that pretty bad.
Yeah. That's
So
understandable.
he doesn't think that
So you're
Key wants to be there.
You're showing
Yeah, so-
Lori what?
He pulls out the vial of Ichor, of Irith's Ichor, and just kind of like rolls it between his fingers in front of her. And he's like,
Mm-hmm.
so if
She's
they've
gonna
maybe turned into
put her hand out.
he'll
to let
set
her-
it in her hand.
Yeah, she's gonna, you see her kind of touch it for a moment and kind of...
Careful with that. I think he has a partial form, but he's kind of made out of that. I have all the instructions on how they made him.
Do we know what this is? What this is made out of?
No, but it can burn through a lot of different things. We've theorized that it might be related to Hex. Not entirely sure, though. But
If
I
it's
have
related
this.
to Hex, that means it's part of one of those ones. Alright.
And he's gonna pull out like the instructions and
Mhm.
the notes that he found
Okay.
on Kirith, or just on like chimeras, I guess.
And okay, she's gonna like look through them a little bit, and she's gonna be like, okay. This is some dark magic here. Real dark.
Yeah. I've never seen anything like him. Or I guess, like what he became.
I think the biggest thing is us figuring out what this is and if it truly is connected to Hex or not. Like, fully confirm it. Because if this is the case, this fluid, whatever this ichor is, if it's alive, it might be an issue. Because normally pulling apart a chimera, normally you have something that is alive and something that was dead before it became one with the other. If both subjects are alive, there's a high probability one of them is going to die in the separation.
And if one did, would we be able to control which one?
Normally, not easily. Have you ever done a spell of when you lift your soul out of your own body? It's somewhat like like you're able to make yourself become a ghost. I
Can make copies of myself and turn myself invisible, but I can't say I've separated from my body.
All right. Well, there is some magic. It's old magic that we were able to locate, that you are able to do so. The thing with that magic is that you are then able to come in and out of your body no problem, because there's not already another host there. If you separate two living objects that have become one, you are pulling apart basically another half that they have then become slightly. I can't guarantee if you pull that apart, that other half that you want to keep alive is actually going to be them. It might be whatever you're pulling it apart from. There's no way of knowing what side is going to be transferred and what's going to stay alive and what's not. These two beings have become one.
Okay. Do you believe there's any way of finding out if this is alive?
The only thing that I could probably think of is maybe trying to see if there's a soul. If we're able to pull a soul from this amount, or even a fragment of a soul, then we can confirm that it is truly alive. Or even a memory of sorts. If nothing is able to be lifted from it, then unfortunately, then it's probably just a creation and not actually sentient. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
One more question.
Mm-hmm.
Say we can't reverse of the chimera process. If he's been trained, supposedly, do you think it's possible that he could still retain his mind, or that we could help bring it back?
It depends on how far the conditioning for it happened. Because that's basically normally what happens with those kinds of creatures, is that they're put through conditioning, which then force them to comply to certain orders by someone in particular. If you are able to reverse conditioning and the effects that conditioning has, then there is a high probable chance that you're able to make them come back to some sort of regular consciousness.
Okay. Well, that's better than I expected, I guess. Thanks.
May I ask, the Chimera that you're talking about, what's their name?
I feel like I shouldn't tell you.
Probably best. I'm not the best at keeping secrets.
Yes, you really
I'm
aren't.
really trying, Noctis. I really am. It's just hard. Because I just show everything on my face. Oh,
Yes, you do. If you hang around me long enough, you'll figure out how to hide that.
Need to become stone cold.
Just, and he's gonna take the vial back and stow it away.
Yeah.
At least keep this one from Key for now.
Okay. Okay, is that all that you wanted to ask her about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, I think then we're ready to transition over to Key and Nyx if Tasha is ready. But before we do that transition, we are going to go on our break. And when we come back, then we will go over to Nyx and Key. So we will be back in 15 minutes. Tasha's having an attack. You okay?
I inhaled spit.
Oh. Okay. So we are going to change to Key and Nyx. I am assuming both of you have. No, it's my turn.
No.
So I'm assuming both of you have probably left the location that you are in and you have gone into one of the rooms or into a different room of some sort.
We went on the couch.
Yeah, on the couch in the little
Oh,
living
there you
area.
guys are. I'm looking all over the place like, where are they? This is such a
Nyx took
busy
us to
map.
couch. It is. It's big.
It's
There's a
very
lot.
big. Big, lots
And
of
we're
things.
so tiny on it. We blend in with everything else on the map. So
Yeah. I was like, where are they? Okay, so you guys, of course, are chilling on the couch. You guys can hear Jabari kind of doing stuff in the kitchen, kind of keeping to himself. So depends on what you do. I will pop in if needed.
Okay. So she's just gonna kind of like sit down, and I think the first thing she's gonna do is insight check Phoenix just to see how she do be doing. I get advantage, but are you fucking kidding me? Get a natural 20, so it's a 32.
I mean, she's still pretty good. She's not like I think she's come down a little bit since her,
Super
Oh.
giddy. Okay.
Yeah, but she's good. She's smiling. She's eating. So she's just.
Okay. So Key is just gonna kind of like take a second, and she's gonna study Phoenix, and she's gonna be like, "You seem pretty happy."
She's gonna be like, honestly, I am. I am. I know. When I had gotten back from my little walk to the water, I had, told you I wanted to talk to you. And you didn't respond. I figured you were probably just busy with Benry or something. But I had a good talk for once. Like out loud with Kath. She's kind of being awkward because she's just awkward as a person. And she's gonna go, I kind of wanted to thank you, actually. Because you are the one who helped me initially, anyways, with even talking to Kath. And it helped me to just be more vocal. I know that you said I never talk and that's an issue, but after I went on that walk and basically just spilled my guts for how I feel about everything and my opinions, I realized that I shouldn't just be like this someone that I just met, but I probably should make more of an effort to talk to my friends like that as well. She's gonna pause for a second. She's gonna be like, you have a way of talking with people. I feel like it actually gets people to think about things and what matters. I think it's kind of a talent of yours, and I can't speak for everybody, but I know that I'm really thankful for that.
Yeah. Okay, so Key is gonna she's obviously gonna let her talk. She's listening. So obviously she's listening to what Phoenix is saying. And then she just kind of like takes in a deep breath and she says, "So with my brother then." I'm trying to figure out how to question you on this because it's not necessarily like I'm trying to interrogate anything. I guess I just you're different around him, and I don't know if that's what you just said or
She's like taking a deep breath, and she's just gonna be like, honestly, I feel different around him. I don't know exactly what it is, but I just feel a peace from all the restlessness that's constantly going on. And when he talks to me, I feel safe in a way that I haven't known before. And it's comforting.
Yeah. I think he gets that from our mum.
Nix is just kind of like watching Key. Is that all she said? It's, I think he gets that from her mom.
Mm-hmm.
Does it bother you?
But
That I've been, I guess, directing my attention towards him. I thought you were okay with it, but I don't want to.
that you were flirting with my brother?
Was I?
Phoenix. Yeah. First of all, absolutely. Yes, you were 10,000% flirting with my brother, and I'm pretty sure that he knows flirting. He knows. I think. It's just. I don't know if he realizes what that means for you. Because I've never seen you do that. And I obviously have only known you for a time, but I just have never seen you really flirt with anyone. It doesn't bother me, by the way. It doesn't. It's just that it's the
Weird?
situation. It's not even that it's weird. It's really not. I'd rather the two of you be happy. If that's your way of happiness, then go for it. I would so much rather have that. And he deserves someone like you. And I think you deserve someone like him. It's just the situation beforehand was treated kind of as a joke, and I felt like my own concern was treated as a joke. I was genuinely concerned that because the two of you were under some kind of crazy emotional influence that I also could feel from that thing. I didn't want either of you to do something that you might regret.
She's gonna nod. I guess I didn't realize how that might have affected you. I'm so sorry. I wasn't even thinking. I was really restless, and I just was getting antsy in being in that room, and I just wanted to have a conversation away from people with him, and I didn't consider when you reached out. I'm sorry. And she's like, she's being genuine. Like, she didn't mean to hurt Key, so she's like, she feels bad now.
Key's just gonna kind of nod a little bit. And then she says, I know that the two of you normally wouldn't do something like that. At least, I assume if you did, I guess it's fine. That is weird to think about, but I'm not going there.
She is genuinely confused. She's like, what do you... Is she insinuating something to
Yes.
Nix? Okay,
Yes.
so I'm gonna roll and see if she picks up on it. Give me a second. She's genuinely confused. She has no idea what you're talking about.
So Key is gonna be like, it was heavily implied that two of you were gonna go to the stream and enjoy some very close proximity with each other.
she's gonna be like, mm. He, coming from someone who just had their first kiss, do you think I'm gonna jump immediately to
Like, Phoenix, you have to think about the fact that I wasn't sure because the two of you were not acting like yourselves. Both of you. You didn't even listen to me because you took the earpiece out. And yes, I know exactly what you did because Fenry told me there was a sound that we heard on our end when you did that.
Good to know. I didn't know that you would know that. And now I feel like an asshole. But I get it. You're saying, we weren't acting like ourselves, so who's to say we wouldn't be doing something that wasn't out of character for us to do? I would not do that quickly.
I
Just
know
so you're aware.
I'm aware. I'm well aware. I can tell that you're not that kind of person. Noctis maybe. Chang isn't, for sure. And I don't think you are either.
I am 24 and only just had my first kiss, which everyone here witnessed. And the reason is because I don't take things like that lightly at all.
Like what?
What do you mean, like what?
You don't take things like what lightly?
Of the romantic sort.
Technically, neither does he.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that it meant more than what it might have seemed to me.
Was that you actually making a move on my brother, or was that just...
Yep. Showing interest because I am a weirdo and I don't know how to do things like a normal gnome.
Well, first of all, it's not just a normal gnome thing. That's something that everyone deals with. Second of all, I think everyone goes about that sort of situation differently. So there's really no wrong way. I mean, there is a wrong way, but I know for a fact that you definitely would not go in that wrong way. Knowing you, and I know he wouldn't either. But I can tell you things that he likes.
I mean, he told me a few things, but if you have...
Oh, okay. So I'm assuming then that he told you that, he likes when you play with his hair, or he loves animals. He probably told you that. That's a simple thing.
Are you calling your brother simple?
He's simple. He's not complicated. And he also likes to joke. He likes to play jokes, but I'm sure he also, if you crack a joke to him every once in a while, make him laugh. And if he seems a little uptight or bothered by something, Give him a hug.
Just a hug. Just go over. Just let him talk and just hug his
Like
leg
I
because I'm
said.
like 6 feet shorter than him.
Sure, why not? A hug is a hug. Does it matter where it's at? And plus, he's not 6 feet. He's shorter than that.
I don't know. I'm like, and he's like,
Mm-hmm. Does that bother you?
no,
Is that going to stop you?
no.
Fine. Then give him a hug. He's also extremely loyal. If you can't tell.
Oh, I could very much tell.
And he likes homemade things. Do you need more? It's about all I can think of off the top of my head.
No, that's. I'll keep it here.
Yeah. Good. So now that you know how to catch his attention, not that you didn't already catch his attention. I am okay with it, Phoenix. It's fine. You're talking to the best friend of Ari, who is basically engaged to her brother, who is my brother's best friend. If I am not okay with the two of you, then there's something very unfair in that situation.
Yay, family. She's just like wiggling her fingers like this.
Think of it, if the two of you get married, then we'll be actual sisters. We'll actually be related.
She's gonna think about that for a second. She'll be like, that might be nice. Would we argue more? Siblings are supposed to like argue all the time, aren't they?
I don't know.
I don't want that.
He just like looks down. She's like shifting very awkwardly. She's probably gonna like tap her finger on her leg. Like she's just like
You okay?
You said something just now. And Chang said something to me earlier, which, by the way, the two of you need to talk. Please work out that whole tension situation.
Oh, I took my revenge on him during Truth or Dare. I'm good. He doesn't need to know that I was annoyed with him. It's fine.
Key's just gonna look right at Phoenix and she's gonna be like, so anytime there's any sort of issue between you and another person, you're gonna want revenge instead of talking to them?
I didn't think of it that way.
Hardly seems fair, Phoenix.
What do you mean? I didn't do it on purpose. It happened and then I was like, oh, I feel better. It's fine.
Humiliating someone is no way to get back at them for doing something they might not even be aware that they did.
Which is what I realized he might not have been aware, and I think that's why I was like, I'll just let it go.
But did you let it go?
Yes.
After getting revenge?
Well, I didn't plan it that way.
Are you seeing my point here?
Yes. She's starting to get not irritated with Key, but like at the concept of the conversation because she's thinking something. She's like, damn it. She'll be like, why do you always have to be the voice of reason?
I am
The voice of reason. You're
I
like
just don't.
my little guardian angel.
Oh,
That's
please.
like-
That's
Are you on the right path? I don't think so.
That is absolutely not what I do. I just make sure that there is no conflict between the people that I'm supposed to be working with, because if there's conflict between us, then how the fuck are we supposed to do any of what we're supposed to be doing?
So, a guardian angel.
That's not a guardian angel. I'm not a guardian angel.
Well, you're directing me towards the light instead of the darkness. We can agree to disagree.
She like shifts a little bit and she's gonna just kind of look down again. I'm assuming there's some, because I see stuff that's like on the floor, so I'm assuming there's like wood somewhere that she can pick up. She's gonna start doing the carving thing that Jabari asked for. And she's gonna sigh and she's gonna say, not gonna lie, sometimes it's really fucking hard to believe that I'm pushing people towards light instead of darkness.
Why? You always have good intentions for everything you say to people, and you always tell us what they are, too. You're very transparent on why you're asking us stuff, so what would make you doubt that?
I don't know. I guess it's hard when I'm often made out to be the bad guy.
Do I do that to you? If I do, I'm sorry. I never want to do that to you.
Not intentionally, I don't think, but there was kind of one time.
Did you want to tell me when that was, or?
I know it goes back to this, telling Chang about this too, and I know that a lot of this goes back to conversation that I had with Noctis that you were technically present for. And you didn't say anything against what he said to me. So that kind of made me feel like you agreed with it.
Me and Noctis rarely agree on things. Half the time I just tune him out.
You didn't tune him out during that conversation.
What did he say?
When I was trying to talk to him, trying to help him, and he said things. Just talked to Chang about this. He said, basically called me sick and twisted and accused me of not really having a heart.
I definitely wouldn't agree with that statement. And to be honest, the person who said it legitimately just fucked over everything and everything we've been doing. So sick and twisted in comparison, I would not say that you are that. Maybe he was deflecting his own insecurities, and I don't remember the conversation. I'll be completely honest with you, because I probably put no stock into it considering who was saying it. Just because something is said to you by somebody doesn't mean it's true. You know that, right?
Kind of depends on the context of the statement, I guess. On the situation. But
But what?
just hard because she is aggressively the wood now, and probably is pounding the knife dagger onto it too, to chop stuff. And she goes, because Chang pointed it out before, but there's moments when I feel like I'm like a certain someone who keeps showing up. And when a statement like that is made, it's hard to deflect those feelings.
I don't think that you are, but I don't think either that it matters what I believe. It matters what you believe and how you see yourself. That is really important, Key. Because if you see yourself in a bad light, that's gonna be what you give off. And it's like what do they call, a self-fulfilling prophecy kind of thing. I don't know. I don't see you that way. And I know I can't change how you see yourself, but just know that there are people who believe the exact opposite of what you're telling me right now.
She is going to like look at Phoenix real quick, and then she's still carving. And she's gonna say, there's a lot going on up here that scares me a little bit.
Having emotions? Or something else?
I mean, the emotions scare me, yes. Because I don't know how to fucking deal with those, but... So I gotta figure that out.
Let me know if you do.
I don't know, what Chang created seemed to help.
What he created helped? Or what he created it from? Because what he created it from helped me a lot.
I wish that I could say the same. That was terrible. If you thought that I was bad before, then amplifying all of that was not fun.
It seemed like I'm the only one who had a good reaction to it, and she's not like thinking about it.
I wouldn't say all of my reactions to it were bad.
I don't know. I saw you yell at Chang, and then seeing Elenwe talking about. She's gonna shake her head and she's gonna be like, no. And then Lori was just how I feel constantly with the anxiety. But for me, it just none of that really mattered. But it was maybe it has to do with how we felt before.
Oh, it absolutely does. Chang was right. He's a lot more observant than you give him credit for, by the way.
I never said he wasn't. He's just a little airheaded sometimes.
I don't think he is.
Not all the time. Just sometimes about some things.
Okay, well, he's... Honestly. And I'm not saying this in a way against you, so don't take this the wrong way. But he's been the only one to notice some things about me, and it's a little bit terrifying sometimes when he calls me out on it, because I think that I'm... not being seen. Even by people who know me better. But he made a point that that tree obviously amplified emotions, and he knew that my exploding on him wasn't because of what he did. he knew that it was a lot of other shit that was piling up underneath. But he also made a point to me earlier. And I kind of realized that you're doing something that I'm not doing when it comes to our friendship.
Oh, what's that?
You he's just gonna kind of like shift a little bit, and then she's just going to look at Phoenix, and then she's gonna say, "Can I talk to Xylo?"
Why wouldn't you be able to? Of course.
I mean, you are the one who can.
I mean, it's obviously up to Xylo, but I mean, why would you have to ask me?
Because you're the one that can get in touch with her, Phoenix.
I mean, yeah, I do. Like now?
Mm-hmm.
So Phoenix is just gonna reach out to Xylo and be like, "Hey, so would you be open to having a conversation with Key? She said she wants to talk to you."
You hear the voice kind of start just behind your ear, and you can hear it more in your mind than right there, but you can tell like she kind of brushes the side, and just to let you know that she is physically there right now. And you hear in her mind of, if she wishes, I can.
She did say she wanted to talk to you, and now if you can, if you want to. I'm not saying you have to, but she just want to talk to you.
Ask her if she wishes to do this alone or with you present.
So out loud to Key, she's gonna be like, Do you want this to be a private conversation with you and her, or
Kay's just gonna. She just like stares at Phoenix, and she's gonna be like, "Would she prefer it to be private? Or would she?"
You
I think
understand
she
she's
was-
asking for Key's comfortability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's like, I think she just wants to make sure you're okay with me being here, or if you want me to step away and she could talk to you in private. And I think she just wants to make sure you're okay with me being here, or not.
It's fine that you're here. It might actually be a little bit better that you're here, to be honest. So you can shut me up if I start saying something stupid.
I don't think I'll ever shut you up, but I might just, give a little nudge or something. So you're okay with it?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. And so she's gonna reach back out to Xylo and be like, she said she's okay if I'm here, if you're good to. Yeah.
She goes, all right. and you can see Key, a little burst of like the fairy light, basically, just under her hair, and she just comes out. And she is going to be just kind of hovering in her small, tiny little fairy form. Of course, she is no longer those brown colors. She is all green. She is green. She is flourishing. She is a new Xylo.
Is that the first time Key's seeing her like that? Because she wasn't with when she.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
So this
Okay,
is.
I thought so.
It's a very new look for.
Yeah. So
her.
Key's probably gonna like look at her, and she's gonna be like, "You look different."
And you just hear her in your head, but you can feel that it's also being projected to you and to Phoenix, so you know it's a group conversation, but it's just her voice is very small because she's in a small form, and she doesn't want to blow your mind. You just hear her respond, "Yes, I look and I feel much different now."
So Key's just staring at her for a second. She shifts again, and then she's just gonna kind of like look down at her wood carving thing, and she's gonna be like, "I'll be honest, I had a plan for this, and now that you're here, I know what I want to say, but also I'm kind of drawing a blank on how to say it."
This is gonna like kind of nudge in reassurance.
You see that she kind of like pauses, turn her head before like you see her kind of do a little swirl, and one of her little vines with her navy blue flowers bloom up, and she's able to sit in it. It comes like between the cracks of the house, like the floorboards. And so now she is settling down, so it's more so she's letting you take your time.
Okay. So Key is probably gonna pause for a second,
Mm-hmm.
and then she's going to stop doing the carving thing, and she takes in a deep breath, and she's gonna look at Xylo,
Mm-hmm.
and she's gonna be like, "I think it's a little ironic for me to make a statement to Phoenix about talking to Chang when there's tension between the two of them. And wanting to keep the group from having any kind of rifts." And I also don't think it's very fair that she's making efforts, but I'm not making a lot on my side. I just don't want any more tension of any kind.
It's very exhausting when you are fighting over and over and over, is it not? Mentally and physically.
I know I say things against gods all the time, and things are indifferent for me, but a lot of that comes from me being hurt. I don't know if this is me trying to apologize or if this is just trying to mend whatever it is that's between us or make amends. I'm just trying to make an effort.
Miss Keelarian, I have no qualms with you.
It seems like you did.
I did on words that you had, but you have shown in recent times that the thought behind it, of course, makes sense. I, of course, had my own scars to heal, things to work on myself. I may be a god or a daughter of a creator, but I myself have mortal feelings as well. So I can understand your anger and frustration. But also, being an immortal goddess, I do unfortunately have certain handicaps in a way that I cannot fully understand the mortal side of thinking. I can try, as I have been. I can understand your frustration, especially with those who have hurt you, like Zol and Guy, using certain people against you to try to gain you as their own pawn in their games. The interesting thing that mortals have that we do not is a choice. You all can believe in us, or you do not have to. You have that freedom. You can deny our existence, yet we will still be here. Whether or not we share our power with you is then in our hands. Some gods and goddesses abuse this ability. They won't just show up because you call, or because you make a pact. And because you have made those things, you can't, of course. You would think, in a mortal mind, that you would expect something in return for that pact. But in a god's mind, in an immortal's mind, they don't see it as such. It's a trifle. We don't owe you anything, but you owe us everything, is what many of them believe. Even I did, once upon a time. Only recently have I been shown that may not be the case. I had lashed out at you. because of things you had said. It is no excuse for the actions I had towards you. Though in my mind, they were quite logical at that time. Feelings aside, I thought they were correct. But looking at the mortal mind and the mortal heart, I can understand how cruel and unfeeling they could have been. Is there anything you wish to ask me? Or ask of me?
I mean, technically, I didn't ask for you to come here to ask anything of you. Or from you. I haven't done anything to deserve anything from you.
Do you truly believe that?
Yes?
Were you not in the hand of releasing me from the tree? From my imprisonment that was indicted onto me by Guy and his mother? Did you have no hand in that?
I mean, I did, but...
So are you not worthy of my attention? If you do not wish to have it, then of course I will not come to you. But if you do, that is a different path.
I don't know if it's a question of wanting it, it's just I don't understand it.
What of it do you not understand?
Have you not heard what I think, how I feel?
Oh, I have. Multiple times on multiple days. But do you not wish to speak to me? Do you not wish to be within my presence? Because you don't have to at all. You may think what you want about me. But what do you need? Or are you just looking for something to believe in?
I don't have a lot of hope left right now.
Really? Do you really truly not believe you have any hope left? Because you bring quite a lot of hope to others. It definitely is a burden for those who that bring hope cannot feel hope. Is it not? My mother has her eye on all of you. If she can see something in you, mainly the thing that she would definitely cling on to is someone who can bring hope. Hope is quite a powerful ideal. What kind of hope are you hoping for? A better tomorrow? Treasures, as some would love? What is hope to you, Miss Keelarian?
If I answer, can Phoenix answer?
Of course. This is a three-way conversation, after all.
Yeah. So what's your hope?
Was that directed at Phoenix?
That was directed at Xylo.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't register that. I was like,
Sorry. Nope, that's directed at Xylo first,
Mm.
and then Phoenix after.
A hope of which I desire.
Yes.
I want my mother back. That's what I hope for. I want things to be set back in motion to how they were supposed to be. Before these fools fooled her, I wanted to see that world flourish. Not as slaves to another world, but one of their own. I wanted to see happiness flourish. I wanted to see the cycles of life that people went through, the stories that could be told, the new lives that could be made. That is what I hope for. I want a chance to watch everything my mother created flourish in the way it was intended before it was damned. We were never supposed to come down as physical beings to the realms. We were never supposed to rule with iron fists. We were supposed to be an idea. One that could bring people hope. That's all we were supposed to be. These new gods rule with iron fists in each of your realms. Some further than that. The leaders that you have now are just the budding images of what the new gods once were. Everything is repeating in an endless cycle. It's never what we wanted. What Mother wanted. What I wanted. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's a little better than an answer of what I could say.
Of course. Well, I had to embellish. I do know that you enjoy a lot of information. What about you, Miss Keelarian? I have stated what I desire. What do you?
For myself, I want the chance to be happy again. I want to remember what it feels like to be happy. And then, of course, everyone else. I want them all safe and also happy, of course.
May I ask you, what is happiness to you?
What do you mean?
Everyone sees happiness differently. One might see happiness as a pile of gold, another a loving family, another one a grand adventure for them to go on. What is your happiness?
Home. Having a home with a family, but also a home in people that I care about.
So you wish for a calm home, full of the ones you love and care for. No tragedy, no wars, no famine. Nothing of that sort, I presume.
Of course.
A paradise, so to speak. You could make it. You could create it as your own. You'll just need time. But I guarantee, if you want it that badly, eventually, in time and with effort, it can be done. However, with the state of how things currently are, I cannot guarantee it. Your happiness is how you make it to be. It won't just come to you. You must create it yourself. But it doesn't hurt to have others help you along the way to create that happiness that you desire. I do hope this happiness comes to you. Miss Nix. What do you
Yes.
desire, my dear? Because I do feel a change in the winds of what you did before to now. The swaying of a tree far and along. The feelings have quite changed since you've last been there. Or am I
Gonna
quite
smile.
mistaken?
Like, I don't think that you are. But I think you already know that. I think before I just wanted peace from the chaos. But I want a real future with very much some of the same things that Key just said that I never really saw for myself before. On a family. Not like one that I had growing up, but a real family. Maybe a kid eventually. She's like awkwardly turning her head kind of to hide her eyes from Key because she's feeling a little awkward. I don't want to run all over the place and see everything. I just want to be settled and at peace for once.
Those are both quite lovely hopes. And I believe you all can keep each other accountable to make sure those come true. Correct.
I think so.
I believe what you both want is not far off what the others desire as well. You see her kind of just lean back. She's done talking unless you question her or ask her anything else. But like she's not done talking, she's just waiting for you guys to proceed with the rest of the conversation.
Nyx is like looking at Key like, is that all you needed? She didn't say that, but she's like looking at her like,
Yeah. So Key is just gonna kind of like take in another deep breath, and she's gonna look at Xylo, and she's gonna be like, "You saved all of us from that attack that happened in Glory Grove.
Despicable creature that is.
She's gonna look at her, and she's gonna be like, "Thank you for saving him."
All of you have a place to be in this new history you are creating. Every one of you have a need in it. There is no thanks that need to be done. I did what was asked. That's the least I can do. But I believe it's time for a question from me. Do you actually intend in releasing my mother back to her proper place? Fully.
Are you asking both of us or just me?
Just you, darling.
Yeah, she figures. And Key is gonna kind of look at Xylo and she's gonna be like, does it seem like I don't?
There are times within the group that all of your hearts waver. A few of you are quite certain on this task. However, others go back and forth. This concerns me greatly.
So Key is gonna look down and she's gonna be like, do you mean others as in just the four of us, or those who have also joined the group?
The four of you. You
So that would be
four are her chosen.
well, Noctis is pretty set on bringing her back, and Chang is too, and so is Phoenix as well. So are you just accusing me of this wavering?
No. Not just you, but I want to know your opinion. I intend to speak to the other ones eventually, as well. My priestess. I know her mind, and I trust her fully. However, the rest of you have me concerned. Certain comments have been made, and yes, I have been aware. I will not dictate whether or not you should or should not. However, I cannot then guarantee my assistance in the further.
I'm trying to figure out the best way to word this. Because it's hard for me to fully say. Not in the sense of I'm planning on sabotaging what we're doing. But I also have to consider the fact that there's so many different ways that this could go. And I just told you what I want. So my intention is to go with whatever option give me that. But it's hard. It's hard for me to say. I feel like I'm constantly changing my mind on things fucking time.
What restricts your decision fully? Or are you just that concerned about the future of what would happen?
Respectfully. How can I know that what I'm being told by you and by her is any different than what I'm being told or was being told by Zol or Guy? I know that they hurt you, but they've hurt me. I just...
There is a difference between divine creators and those who have obtained power. My mother cannot lie. She is incapable of doing so. The concept is not something she is able to do. I, unfortunately, can, but I try not to. All others have the capability and often do so. No matter how harsh she is, what she says is truth, and she will abide by that truth.
Can he insight check Xylo? Like, I feel like she's not lying, but to me,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
24.
She's noticing that you are trying to figure things out. You are able to tell she is being full front. Her mother cannot lie.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not necessarily about her mother not. It's more so Xylo basically admitted, yeah, but I can. I try not to, but I can. So Key's now like, so are you lying to me right now?
Yeah, so she's trying to be as truthful to you of being like, yes, I can be a liar, but I choose not to.
Okay. Okay.
But believe me when I say my mother cannot lie. So whatever you ask her will be truth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Key is going to glance at Phoenix for just a second, just out of like awkward like tension kind of a thing, and then she looks back at Xylo. And then she's gonna be like, "Are you asking me to make a decision right now?"
No. Think on it. I know things have been done that have made you all waver. Second guess certain aspects of what she has done and what she has chosen to do. I do not expect your mortal minds to make up that large of a choice that quickly. Especially with the conflicting information you have gathered from other locations. Know that she has chosen you all as a way to understand the common folk. Because the ones who are of a common folk are the ones that should be making the true choices of the future. She's not asking gods. She is not asking leaders. She is asking you. You all have experienced joys, loves, hurt, anger, sorrows, and so much more. This is why she has chosen you all. It's the ones that do not wish to make the hard choices that are the most reliable to make those choices. Your input is greatly appreciated. I may not even agree with what you choose, but it is the choice. Does this help? Or have I said too much?
I asked for you to come for a reason. You didn't say too much. I'm trying to make up for something that I might have close to. I don't want to say destroying, but there's no reason for me to be so bitter with you right now, technically. And I'm trying to not be upset with her. I don't like the idea of destroying anything. or anyone. I never have. Technically.
May I ask you a question?
I guess.
You do not have to answer if you are not comfortable doing so. But do you agree with the circle of life and the pattern of which it was meant to go by law, without magic?
That's hard to answer. I took that pact with Zol partially because I wanted the security of knowing that I could bring someone back if something happened to them. But I didn't like the idea of the whole life for a life kind of situation. So I don't know if I would have ever even used it. But also, the thought of losing more people terrifies me. Because I don't want to be alone.
There is an allure when it comes to magic that defies the laws of nature. And the fear of being alone is one that is quite heavy on one's shoulders. Fear drives us to do many things. For our own happiness and for our own securities. I do not blame you for falling for her tricks of offerings, of bringing those you love back, or giving you a chance at doing so. Being alone is a very terrifying thought, because then you just become one with your own thoughts, and those can be more terrifying. I know this quite well. This is a complicated answer, especially in a world that does possess such magics. And this circle is my true domain. Like I said, you do not have to answer. Thank you for giving me your explanation. The circle of life is something my mother created at first. Magic was created later. It is one of the first natural laws, the foundation of which all the realms and Kalfala was created upon. Understand that this rule will never change, and it will always be a possibility. Things that have been done by magic can always be undone by magic. But natural law will always come above anything else. It only takes time to do so. You must try to enjoy your lives as mortals, no matter how long or how short they may be. Some will see many come and go, and come to the end of their own cycles. She is gonna slightly look at Phoenix when she says this. Treasure what you have currently. I'm not trying to be foreshadowing or foreboding or of any of sort, but cherish it while you have it. So the fact that my mother had made things go back to the natural cause did inflict you quite deeply. Do know that they did have a choice to come back. When their soul is called upon, they do. Except for the thing that's in your bag. Be careful with that. Some may not want to come back, and you must respect it. she's gonna try and give kind of both of you guys a look. She's trying to gauge whether or not this conversation's coming to an end, or if it's gonna...
That's all that Key basically had, so.
Okay.
Something.
Also, no, Sam, Key does. Key has it, because remember I said that I forgot to say it in session, but she picked it up, even though she said she didn't want it, she still took it. Because she had intentions of asking everyone if they want it back. Like, she was gonna literally ask everyone. Yeah. It wasn't in a session, I forgot, it was like after, I think it was like after a session or something that I said it, but I pointed it out to everyone that she took it, so she has it.
Hey.
Yeah.
Something that Zyla said did trigger a thought in Nyx's brain.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw it, but she had like started tearing up, like
Mhm.
not like wailing, crying,
Yeah.
but she was like tears. So she's gonna ask her
Okay.
a question.
Okay.
She's gonna be like, if we're able to release her and things return to the way they were intended,
Mm-hmm.
as you've been saying, would that mean that all of basically everything that I could do that's been of help would go away? She's referring to her magic and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You see her eye you and tilt her head, and you can hear her go, I do not know. And you guys don't even have to roll for this. She's being genuine. She does not know what her mother will do. She doesn't know if she's going to take away your guys' abilities, if she's going to do whatever. She has no idea what the outcome will be. But she trusts her mother enough to follow her to do so. But she genuinely does not know.
She's gonna nod and just be like, if that's what she chooses, I don't know that. Not that I wouldn't care. It's just, I feel like the majority of what I've been able to do to help has been sourced in my ability to do magic. And if I couldn't do that, I don't know how I could be of use to anyone. I don't really have much of anything else I can do. It's how I was able to do my part in releasing you.
If you are asking about the probability of my mother getting rid of magic, I do not think that is the case. However, there may be more rules laid upon it to restrict those who abuse its abilities.
Nyx understands that because she respects the magics, so she gets that.
Mm-hmm.
If she does decide to get rid of it, I'm sure there's a reason. She's trying to be like understanding now.
Mm-hmm. You see her
I
just
don't
kind
need
of
it. It's
nod her
just
head.
helpful to have.
I agree. Most of the capabilities I am able to do reside also on such arts.
Nyx is gonna reach out to Key and just kind of like squeeze her arm again.
Okay.
She's like doing like a little check-in.
Key's gonna kind of like look at Xylo again, and she's gonna be like, "This was supposed to just be a conversation trying to make amends."
And I fear I have made you all cry.
Yeah, well, that's normal for me. It's nothing new. Everyone in this group cry at least once, if not more.
Then, you know, I've got the special tree sap affecting my emotions right now, so...
Maybe you should take the thing that Chang made.
I don't know. Maybe it's better that I feel my feelings for once instead of hiding from them like I have a tendency to do.
She's just gonna kind of like look at Xylo real quick, and she's kind of giving Xylo a look of a...
is doing the...
So when Key sees that she's like that too, Key is gonna be like, pretty sure that she and I are on the same page, which should really tell you what we're thinking and maybe make you reconsider. Phoenix, you're still gonna feel those feelings, it's just that they're not going to be enhanced. And if you need that to enhance your happiness, then...
It's not just about the happiness, because right now I'm not feeling the happiness, I'm feeling...
Yeah, that's why I'm saying take the
sad.
fucking thing. Just, it helps. Trust me. I cried a little bit, but trust me, if I still had that in my system, it would have been much worse. And we all know this.
Xylo is like, yeah. Even she's like, yeah.
He's like, look, Phoenix, my point is, essentially, and yes, I am going to do this thing yet again that you point out that I do. I'm going to make you think about this. Yes, you had that happiness. But what are you going to do when someone makes you angry? Or sad? Lonely? Any sort of negative emotion that you could feel? Do you want to feel that enhanced?
Maybe speak up instead of just swallowing my feelings like I always do.
Absolutely. So you're telling me that you need that in order to do that, and you're not going to learn from the process and do that without having that in your system.
I don't know.
I think the conversation should end. Maybe speak to your alchemist.
If you're not going to listen to me, then listen to your goddess.
This is a good example and a good lesson for you. You have learned the lesson, I presume. Feel your emotions. And now we are going to make it so that you can actually sort them out.
She's just gonna like mimic the nodding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Go speak to your alchemist. I think it will be very necessary.
Okay.
Okay. And you see her kind of the flower. She gets off the flower, and the flower just kind of in like a beautiful like array of dust. And she is going to just kind of look at both of you, look at Yuki, and give you kind of more so of the look like, take care of her. Get her fixed. And she's gonna kind of give you a nod. It's not really a nod, it's more of like a half bow of her acknowledging you and then acknowledging you, but also giving you like that stare of go get your medicine. And then you see her kind of just disappear in the swirl of her fairy dust.
She's gonna be like, she's gonna stand up, take her wood workings, and she's gonna go, okay, let's go upstairs. She's gonna message Chang in the earpiece and be like, fair warning, I've got an emotional phoenix coming for you. You might want to have that, potion that you made me take prepared. I'm gonna have to shove it down her throat.
Okay.
Is that how he responds?
Oh, okay. Alright, so I would say that conversation probably took another hour, so you guys have been downstairs for about 2 hours now. So that being said, so that would have been 50 minutes. So before, where'd my pen go? My pen just disappeared. Chang, we're gonna try another study of the broom.
Okay.
Unless you wanted to go speak to a Lunalore, because Noctis would have gotten done speaking to a Lunalore.
Hold on. I'm trying to remember why he was speaking to her.
Yeah, it was, you were studying the broom.
Yeah.
I think you were gonna try and have her help you kind of figure out what the catalyst for the broom was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna use the. Well, it was the conclusion Chang came to was, can the goggles help identify what he needs, and then if he doesn't get the answer, then he's gonna ask Lori.
Okay. So you're gonna put those on.
Yeah.
Alright, so you're able to kind of like look at it, you're identifying it, because those are to identify. You're able to discern that this is a magical broom.
Okay.
And it has the properties of how to use the broom. That's it. So those goggles aren't going to tell you how to make something. It's telling you what it does. So
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
He's just thinking that knowing how the broom is might help him figure out.
Well,
how
you
to
would
make
already
it.
know that knowledge off the top because it tells you basically like this is a magical broom. It can go so and so feet. It's made to support this much weight. It can go this fast.
Yeah.
And this is the magical word you say to make it work. So there's nothing specific to like what's it made out of and like who made it and all that other stuff. So it looks like from what you're able to discern, you're like, okay, I should probably go ask for some help.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, he's just gonna do that then.
Okay. So she has her book, she's going through stuff, and you're just gonna walk up to her. You walk up to her.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. She goes, oh, hey there. How you doing? You were working away over there with so many different pages and everything.
Yeah, just keeping busy while I wait for the girl. I'm just trying to figure out what I need to replicate this broom, but onto a slab of metal. But I can't quite figure that out, because
So you're-
I'm not a wizard.
Well, I mean, so it's just going to be a basic idea. It's just any form of a catalyst normally would work for the spell to make it float, to basically enchant it.
I don't know what that means. What is a catalyst?
a magical catalyst have... So have you ever seen when Noctis does their spells, or when you need to make components for a potion of sorts? Those are components. Those are catalysts to create the potion or spell to happen. So those are catalysts in and of themselves. You just need to make sure that... So a catalyst, technically, the wood, technically, on the broom could be a catalyst. Whatever was inscripted, if it was done with a certain kind of ink, or could be honestly with blood too, that's quite common, or liquid gold, or even inscripted upon with some crystalline, those are different catalysts that could make it happen. So you want to make it into metal, you said?
I'm trying to make... he, like, takes out the copy of the information he got from the copy of the hoverboard schematics, and he's like, I'm just trying to make this thing work. I have some of the stuff I need, but not everything, and I thought looking at the broom was going to help me figure this out, but the broom is not what he was making here, so...
Well, I can definitely see the similarities between this and that. It's just that the catalyst that seems to be what is the broom is probably the wood, and then whatever is inscripted upon with is probably also enchanted, which would also be another catalyst. I'd say probably a larger catalyst that you would probably have access to would probably be some sort of metal or a crystalline or something that you could probably make into maybe a disc-like kind of thing for underneath, and then inscript it upon with the script. That would make the most logical sense to me.
Got it.
Here's an example. So when I am making different spells happen, there are some that require me to have chalk, so that I can make a magic circle with it. And the magic, of course, will happen only within that circle amount. It won't go outside. So I think that's probably a capability of what you probably want to happen for this.
I understand.
I'm gonna have you roll an intelligence for me, for you to... Or do you have an idea of what you want?
I get what she's saying.
Yeah.
And I feel like I already thought that's how it worked, but it seemed like when I tried to have Chang do that before, it wasn't what he needed. So that's why I'm confused.
So what you need to find is the correct catalyst. That's the only issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
so,
that's the point, because I was like, I thought we were...
So you had the right idea. It's just a matter of trial and error until you find the right one. That's all, because that's what you have to do, is trial and error. You are an alchemist. You are an artificer.
Yeah.
You gotta be like, I'm gonna try this, and if this doesn't work, I'm gonna try this.
I just wanted to clarify that that's what he's looking for, and not that I was just missing something else that I was like.
No, you just gotta play around with it. You have to actually invent trial and error.
Okay, because I was having a moment of deja vu there. I was like, I thought that was already told.
No. You had ideas of what you wanted, but when you tried it, you didn't use the right thing.
Yeah. Okay.
But then you didn't go further than that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. My brain was like, help. What? Okay. So it was the crystalline that didn't work, right?
The crystalline didn't work.
Okay.
But you used the aqua crystalline.
Yeah. That's what I. Okay. Right. Because like I remember the last time he tried this, he was like, I just don't have the thing that I need. How do I get thing that I need? Okay. So having her explain that to him, that's what's gonna spark him to remember. Oh, I don't have that. He's gonna be like, actually, now that I think about it, I now know what the issue is. I just don't have what I need. So I feel like I just went in a big circle.
Trial and error. Sometimes that happens when you're inventing things.
Oh no, that's what he says like out loud to her. He's like, I get what you're saying. However, I'm back to square one where it's I don't have what I need. And I don't think I have access to anything else than what I've already tried. And the only new thing in my possession, I haven't even figured out. So.
What's the new thing in your possession?
So he's gonna take out the tungsten.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna plop it onto his little makeshift desk.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna be like, I can't find something hot enough to fucking mold this thing.
Oh.
Yeah, so I have a dilemma here. I also don't have access
You
to
tried setting it on fire.
Yes. And I also don't have like half of the ingredients that Asteri wrote on his papers, and I don't know how the heck I'm gonna get a hold of those.
What are some of the ingredients?
Transportation. So he's gonna mention the different crystallines. If I remember correctly, that's what was on there, and then what was it, like diamonds and. So I don't have this thing in front of me. I think that's what it was. Like he just doesn't have access to the other crystallines, which would realistically be more helpful to him. I'm assuming the mithril was just for the board itself. But I mean,
could be, or something else.
I mean, I guess he just puts the mithril on it. He puts the tungsten and the mithril down, and he's like, "I have this."
All right. You said you don't have access to diamond.
Yeah, it's not something I can just pop out. I just have metals that I can.
Yes, so it sounds like to me you need a master jeweler, and then probably to go to a mine of sorts.
I need transportation. That's why I was doing the hoverboard. You see, I'm like back at the source of my. Yeah, I was trying to get the hoverboard going so we have one more way of getting places.
Right.
But I need transportation to get what I need, so I have a problem.
You are in quite a pickle there now. Yeah.
So maybe. So now I'm thinking I should just focus on the porter instead. But I think I also need the same things that I might need to make the hoverboard work.
What do you think is probably going to be the most important for everyone in the group? Is it going to be the teleportation, or is it going to be the hoverboard that can get you from one side of a continent to another?
I'm pretty sure it's the teleportation, but I thought the hoverboard would be more reachable. But it doesn't seem like that's the case right now.
Well, you're just trying to mainly do this all on your own. If you work on the teleporter, that's something that you can probably combine with the other minds that in your group to help with.
I mean, from my understanding, I'm just missing a way to make it work, and unless someone can appearify something from nowhere, I'm not sure.
What exactly are you missing?
That's what I don't know.
Or could you reutilize the item that you have in front of you already from the teleporter? And just maybe tweak it a little bit to fit the needs of what you need now. Kind of like a reuse and recycle such a thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Sometimes inventions don't necessarily need to be totally redone. Sometimes there can just be slightly tweaked.
I understand that. I do. I'm just overthinking this, I think.
Probably.
Like he's like tapping his mouth like, I think I'm overthinking this. Because it's new to me.
It's only new right now, but you understand the concept of it. You seem to, anyway.
It just seems so simple is not the word he's looking for, but he's just like, it can't be just that. That doesn't.
Sometimes making things more complicated for yourself isn't necessarily the correct course of action. Try the simple answers first, and then, of course, improve upon it from there.
Alright. I will do that. He's gonna like plop on his ass and sit down
Mm-hmm.
and look through. It was like a manual thing that Noctis gave him, if I'm
Mm-hmm.
remembering correctly. So he's gonna look through that again
Okay.
because what Noctis was saying didn't quite click.
Mm-hmm.
Just for the record, I am actually sketching the thing out,
Okay.
so I
Okay.
can like.
I can't visualize.
Yeah, I
what y'all
gotcha.
were
That's
I'm
right.
referring to.
I'm
like,
working on it
what
right now.
You're like,
thing?
ah.
I don't have a mind's eye.
There's definitely many different ways that you could do it. The main thing, of course, is going to be making the magic circle, of which everyone must probably, I don't know, walk into.
Uh-huh.
And you can either do that physically with like some sort of, she's gonna motion to the arch,
Yeah.
like that, or I have seen certain things done with light that work. And then of course there's chalk. Chalk's quite common to use.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But once I say I walk through the archway. How do I get back to the archway?
Well, that's only because the archway is probably most definitely used between different archways. If you do an archway like that, it needs to be able to basically follow through right after you've gone through onto the other side.
Yeah, that's... So it's not gonna actually take me to where I want to go, but rather where there's another archway.
That's normally how that would normally work on those ones there.
Okay.
But from what I understand, you want to go as if thinking about the location in one's mind eye, or actually having coordinates.
I wanted to replace what went missing, because that is where everything fell apart. And unfortunately, the person that could help us make that is no longer here. I guess that's not something within my realm of ability. And that's what's stumping me right now.
That's fair.
I
Cheng,
guess an archway would be better than nothing. Yes?
do you still have that coin with the coordinates on it?
Coin?
Mm-hmm. With the coordinates? With the constellations?
Ah, yeah.
It's gonna hand that to her.
Is she talking about the medallions?
Yeah, the medallions that you guys stack to do it.
Yeah. Oh, Cheng's like, he's about to hand it to her, but then he's like, wait a minute. He's like, wait a minute. He's literally laughing. He's like, oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. He's like looking at it. Oh my fucking god. It's right there.
In each of those coins, what's the center part made out of?
Crystalline. He's just like rubbing his eyes. But is it this aqua crystalline or is there a different crystalline?
The one coin you guys looked at was aqua.
Uh-huh.
You guys
Yeah.
never investigated the other ones. You guys
Son
just
of a
put them
bitch.
together.
Yeah, it takes like he's just like the absolute desire to slam his face into the desk is extreme, but he doesn't do it. He's just like, okay. So he like undoes the coins like, and he like lays them out on the table.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah. And he looks at them like
There is one that is the common light blue. There's another
Wait,
one that
let me
is...
write this. Medallions. Okay, one common light blue. Uh-huh.
There's one that is a lavender.
Uh-huh.
There's one that is like a milky white.
Okay.
And then there's one that's red.
They're called it's the middle. Okay, middle of medallion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's like, that's a very powerful, little, artifact you got right there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Something that has
It
a
sure
map
is.
that has coordinates where you could
Yeah.
possibly go.
It sure is convenient. Son of a bitch.
You see her just kind of slightly smile a little bit.
You know, I don't know what.
The lavender and the milky white, those ones are in the middle of the coin. Those ones look like they can be turned around too, swapped between the two in the coordination.
Swappable. What do you mean? Like I can switch the middle pieces?
Mm-hmm.
That changes the medallion?
It might, I'm not sure. Try it.
He looks at her like, "Are you really? You think I'm dumb? I get it."
She's like, just do it. When you do it, if you shine a light through it,
yeah,
it gives you the rest of the starscape, but doesn't show those pink ones that are kind of going through, and it gives you basically an outline map of Kalfala.
Okay.
So then you're able to pinpoint where you want to go within that area.
Okay, leads to different map. I can't believe this.
It's like
Oh
you
my
have the whole
fucking
world
God.
in your hand.
It's like I had the answer right underneath my nose. Jesus Christ. He doesn't say Jesus Christ, I swear. I can never think of
You're
the
just
equivalent.
God. You're just like, ah, damn the gods.
I never know what the equivalent is.
Oh, I know. Who's that?
I know, but Chang doesn't know Jesus. He doesn't know. Bim is not directly from the human world.
Yeah.
What book?
Your book about the new gods and the old gods and
never
all that
mind.
stuff.
You know what I?
Yeah. I understood what you were saying. So you can utilize this in the center of your thingamabob that you make as your catalyst.
It hit him. He was like, "Oh my fucking god! I wasted all that time." He's just like, "I wasted so much time." Literally remembering when Zol said, "You have a map in your hands." It's just like, jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now you just have to make the contraption around it.
Yeah. He's just staring at those medallions like, why do I have eyes when I apparently can't see? My ears, which are literally faulty, hear better than I can see, apparently.
You see that she's just kind of smiling. She's just like, yeah, he got it. I'm so proud of him. He was able to come, like, a little bit of a push, but he was able to get there.
He's just staring at it like, I wasted so much time on that fucking brew. Are you serious right now? Oh my god. Are the girls coming up when he finds this out, or
You probably would have gotten the message in your head of you being
Yeah,
like, okay, you have to make the thing, and you're like, God damn it!
Yeah, it makes it funnier because of the way he responded to her, like, oh yeah, sure. They send that right as he had that realization. That he wasted his entire hour, like,
Okay.
yeah, basically, he's just like, oh my god. Jeez Louise. He's like, what good is my intellect if I am still this fucking stupid? What is happening here? So... Is the contraption, like...
Sam, do you have the name of what that thing looks like again, and just send it in chat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, shit, what is it called again?
Yeah, I'm like, it's a whirly gig in my brain. I don't remember the name of it.
Let me see.
But it has like a whole bunch of rings around it. And it has like a little ball normally in the middle.
Yeah, fuck, I was...
In this case, your guys' little ball is going to be the medallion.
Yeah.
Thingamajig. Yeah.
He goes to, like, seeing the medallions, he remembers another thing, and he's like...
Mhm.
Hold on.
Or-
Is there a way... That's not my only problem. So now that I have the transportation issue kind of resolved, I have a different issue. How do I emulate the protection that Jabari has? If that is even possible.
You want to be cloaked from God's eyes, correct?
Just one.
Just one particular.
Yeah.
Do you have any item from that said god or something? Because normally you can use that, then reverse engineer that as well.
I just have. Well, the thing that I had got destroyed by Yuki.
Oh.
Then the other, yeah.
And you don't have anything from that
By the way,
person?
are they having this conversation like out loud right there?
I'm assuming like they're kind of having it like under their breath, kind of between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
You can roll a
Like-
perception to see if you hear them.
Because Noctis was literally sitting next to Lori.
Oh, okay, yeah, he can totally hear this then.
Oh yeah.
I rolled a really high perception anyway.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you are
Like,
aware.
Yeah. Okay, Noctis is just like going to silently pull out his coin and just hold it between two fingers. Like he's still in the middle of like I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Being a nerd.
Being
But
a
he just
nerd.
like pulls that out without even like looking up from the shit he's like reading or doing, and he just holds the coin up
And she goes,
between two fingers.
"Oh, is this what you had as well, Chang? She's gonna point at it.
Yeah. Why do you still have that?
Everyone still has theirs.
What? I thought he destroyed that. Hold on, player. I thought he destroyed the coins.
No, he took them apart, took out the shit. No. And he put them back together and gave them back to us.
Bruh, yeah, you should have corrected me before.
I'm pretty
Bruh.
sure. I thought he
Thought he
threw them in the
destroyed-
fire.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I feel like I remember
Yo.
like things being tossed in the fire.
Yeah, the rest of our
Yeah.
things, like Noctis's dagger, the Timekeeper dagger, are anything that tied you to the other gods.
Because he even destroyed Venry's one that was
Yeah,
given to him
Because
by
he didn't get his
Zara.
coin
Full out
back.
destroyed it.
We don't know that he
Yeah.
destroyed it because we weren't there.
No, I'm saying that. I'm not saying that the players know. I'm saying that as like we as players know that our characters. keynote
Let
is on
me
different
see,
layers.
because I probably have it in my
Check-
notes.
Check your facts.
Check
Because
your
I'm
facts.
pretty
I'm
positive
sure.
we
I
still
thought he
have it.
destroyed that shit because I was like, I will remove this coin from my inventory.
I did not.
I mean, I wouldn't put it
Hang on.
past Noctis for keeping coinage, but like, I'm pretty sure Cheng's got like yeeted. So,
Let me see.
because he like, because he was like,
Please hold.
I like.
Because that's like when Ellen gave up her charm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we gave up our
yeah.
things that are tied to the other gods.
And Father Time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he took something out of our coins
Yeah,
and put
he-
them back together.
He took that little ichor bit from there,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
thought he
Yeah, that's
also
what I.
took out the coin as well. Because
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh no, because
I
what
thought
was
there
the point
something
in
more to
taking
the
out?
coin that, like the coins. I thought he said something about it being like a mechanic something, but he
Yeah.
took the
Mhm.
ichor out of it.
Yeah, and he
Yeah.
put
I
them
don't-
back together.
I don't remember. I know Nyx didn't take her piece back, but I don't know that
I think
they were
I have it
destroyed.
on here.
And
Anything that was on the table, he took and he threw in the fire, but Noctis took his back.
Okay, that's how I understand what's happening right now. Because I'm like,
Okay.
pretty sure Cheng lost his. So-
Yeah,
Yeah, because after he
everyone
took the
else-
stuff out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone else took
Okay.
let him throw it away because they didn't want it. You took
Yeah.
it back because it was free of the ichor. Because that
Okay,
was the spell. Because you were like, we might be able to use this for something.
Okay.
Okay. That makes more sense to me. Because I was like, wait
Yeah.
a minute.
Yeah,
I was
because like
like,
I
wait a
remember
minute.
definitely keeping mine.
Okay.
No,
okay.
because I think you were going to try and reverse engineer to try and make one of those like "Do not see me" medallions.
Yes,
But then we
yes.
totally forgot about it.
Mm-hmm. I
So
mean, technically,
you-
I didn't.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to look at not Yuki's. It was actually in my notes that I was going to talk to Yuki about it. Actually,
Mhm, that's why.
then he
Richard Ferber.
died.
Yeah.
And Cheng out here saying out loud, Noctis like, wow, I wonder what could possibly be you.
Yeah. So he like in my mind, he did literally just pulls it out and just holds it up without saying a word.
Okay. So she's just gonna. Do you mean this?
Of course you have it. Of course you do. Why would you?
She's gonna take it
Why
from your
would it be
hand,
anyone else? Jeez.
and she goes, "Oh, and there's a little bit of an amethyst on the back with the hollow information."
Oh my jeez.
Was it an amethyst? I thought it was like a black stone.
Well, I thought it was an amethyst because that's the color of the hollow.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh my god. I just want to.
it's a tiny little amethyst.
I'm not gonna argue.
Yeah.
We're just going with it. I don't
Because
care.
I made each of the stones the color, quote unquote, that corresponded
Yeah.
with each of the locations.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a little amethyst.
Chick's just like, you had a thing this whole time. Are you serious?
Yes.
You were.
But this is what we basically need, then, isn't it?
I've been
That's-
thinking that we could use it to hide ourselves from Father Time.
And you didn't say anything?
I have been talking about it for a very long time.
When? I do not remember you mentioning, yes, let's use this coin to hide from Father Time. I would have remembered that.
Is he saying that in that voice? Please tell me
Yes,
he is.
yes, absolutely. Yes.
Noctis just like
absolutely.
raises an eyebrow. Why do you think I kept it?
I didn't know you had it.
Well, isn't that a good thing that we have it then?
Oh no, absolutely. I'm just.
We were in the same room.
You think I know everything that goes on in a room? I'm sorry that I'm not the nosy one here that keeps a track of what everyone is doing at all times.
Do we remember if Noctis actually said that we could use it?
That was more of a thought that you had.
Okay,
that
I
you
don't
told me you
remember.
were talking
Vocalize
about.
Okay, yeah, I don't remember. I just don't
"No."
remember.
No, that wasn't a conversation between you and I. Because you were like, I had it because I wanted to do a thing, and I went, okay, cool, we'll save that for later.
Noctis just shrugs. Well, we have it now.
I mean,
I
that's
was-
great. I just.
It was just something I was going to discuss with Yuki. You know.
Yeah. Well, now what do we do with it? What do I need, or what do you need to make that a thing that works?
Oh, we're assuming I actually know how to do it. Oh,
You're the wizard. Well, does he know?
Chang. Chang, you are allowed to go look at Jabari's.
I mean, it didn't really illuminate anything. He just told me it was a gift from my creator.
Yeah, and then inspect it with your goggles.
I did.
Did you?
Yes. It was magic. Such a
Yeah.
helpful.
I
It's-
think your goggles should tell you more than that.
the goggles aren't necessarily going to tell you actually how to create the item.
But it'll tell you what it's enchanted with.
Chang, do you mind if I do the goggles? Or
You
unless
know
you would
what?
want to.
You know what? You can have it back. They were yours to begin with.
Chang, aren't you an artificer? Can't you examine the thing and Just
yes.
figure
You
things
said
out?
exactly the words. I am an artificer, not a wizard. What we seem to be needing is a wizard thing, not an artificer thing.
But I don't know how to create things.
What we
do the
need is a
magic.
jeweler, is what we need. Someone that can enchant.
I can
See?
enchant.
I'm not.
You can enchant. Who
Yes.
can create jewelry? Because this is what this is. And it looks like there's tiny little gears or something in here.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, we needed protection, and you have the tool. The last step involves magic. I need to remind you, I'm not a wizard or a sorcerer. I'm just an artificer. I make trinkets that I can kind of
Yeah,
imbue with magic through other means.
and while I'm capable of doing the magic, I don't know what kind of magic it involves.
Exactly.
And
So-
unfortunately, my teacher has perished.
Yes, and that is why I'm handing it to Lori, who's a wizard from ahead of our time, so that we can receive that missing information. That is why I need to hand it over.
Noctis is just gonna pluck the coin back from Lori.
She's like,
What? What was that for?
Okay, so at this
Keeping it
point,
safe.
Key and Nyx would be up all the way. So you guys would have seen Noctis just take something out of Lori's hand as you guys get to walk in from the elevator.
When they get up there, I was gonna say Nyx is probably just gonna walk over to Chang and she's gonna just hug him.
Right
She's
in the
still
middle.
crying. So, yes,
Just hug.
her mind
She's
is in
like-
one place. And
He
she's
is gonna
crying.
be like, Jabari said we could stay, by the way. So,
Chang looks very confused right now by several things. Because you guys caught him in the middle of.
Key just gestures to
Yeah.
Phoenix and is like, enhanced emotions. She might need help. I tried to line her.
I used up the last of. Ellen, took the last of that.
Let's make more!
Ah. Okay.
She hasn't
Oh,
let Chang go. She's just like,
He doesn't mind. He's just gonna be like, okay. I have so many questions right now.
Is he gonna return the hug?
for
Okay.
once.
He's just gonna awkwardly. I mean, she's really. Well, he was sitting, right? I think he was sitting anyway, so I guess he could wrap his arm around. Because if he was standing, it'd be. Yeah. Like, he does return the hug, but he's staring at Noctis because he's confused as to why Noctis took the coin away. Like, he's.
Noctis went back to looking down at his shit.
So he's
so
not
confused.
looking.
He's like.
Lori's gonna take up the goggles and put them on her. She's gonna
Yeah.
go, I'm gonna be right back.
Thank you.
Start working on it.
Yeah, I'll get to work on that.
And she's gonna go, alright. She's gonna go
Yeah,
downstairs.
he's so confused. He's like, So he he's like, why are you sad?
To Nyx.
Yeah, because he can multitask since he did so well the last time. making
Oh
it,
yeah,
he's
this
probably,
one
like-
is gonna be like, it's gonna take you maybe 10 minutes and you're done.
Yeah, so he's like talking to her while he's making it. Why are you sad?
She hasn't let
Sit
him,
down there.
by the way. It's probably like around her, doing it behind her back.
Yeah,
or something, 'cause
basically.
she's not let him go.
Yeah,
She's
that's
like-
what he's doing. So he's like, what happened down there? What did y'all talk about?
She's just, whiny and cryy, and she's gonna be like, I was so unfair to you, and I was mad at you, and I didn't even talk to you about it, and now I feel like a jerk because I was mad, and I played a mean joke on you, and I'm sorry. She's just
What
like
are you-
blubbering.
Jack's just like, what are you talking about? What?
I made you tell everybody that you peed your pants, and it wasn't nice of me to do that.
Noctis just starts laughing while he's looking at his stuff.
Oh yeah,
Jeremy.
same with Venry. Venry's like,
Don't you laugh at me.
He's gonna elbow Venry. Very gently. Very gently. It's not a jab. It's just like a, hey. Let them have their moment. Do not.
Yeah, Chang's just like, I mean, who hasn't wet the bed? We all, the kids.
But still, I shouldn't have used that moment to make you embarrassed, and I should have just talked to you aside from everybody instead of trying to get petty revenge because I had my feelings in a twist at the time and was mad at you, and you didn't even know I was mad at you because I didn't tell you. She's still blubbering.
So, like, why were you? He's like, rubs his forehead before continuing. He's like, why were you mad at me?
Because you talked over me and I was trying to make a point and you just talked over me and didn't let me make my own point and I got mad and starts like getting unintelligible.
And he's like, okay, what point were you trying to make?
It doesn't even matter now. It's unimportant at this point. I just want you to know that I'm sorry.
Okay. Is there anything else you're mad about?
I'm not mad.
Oh.
She like pulls her head back and like looks at him like, I'm not mad. Do I look mad?
No. But if you get mad again, it's okay to tell me. I hope you know that. And I'm sorry for talking over you. It definitely was not my intention because I can't even remember like yesterday. So not to say that it wasn't important. I just details, fuzzy.
It was just when Key had asked for my opinion on if I agree with Asa and why, and then I was in the middle of my explanation and you started talking and I didn't get to talk anymore, but it doesn't even matter. It's not important. I feel like I was a bad friend and I should have just talked to you even if you were pissing me off and I didn't. And now I feel bad.
I mean, I think it's important to know why I made you mad so that I don't do it again. So I'm glad you explained it. And again, I am sorry. I didn't know you were gonna continue talking. There was a lot going on in that conversation. I was keeping track of way too much at once, while thinking a lot of things at the same time.
Just gotta let him go at this point so he can, like, use his hands better.
Yeah,
and she's
like,
gonna be like, I had a lot of emotions too, and yeah, I shouldn't have. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. He's like, I'm glad you told me. Really, it's okay. I just hope, I mean, I make goofs all the time, so, don't feel bad. Don't feel too bad. I mean, I know it's hard because of the plant and stuff, but it'll make sense when I give you this thing that I'm doing.
I was very adamant that I didn't want the antidote because I needed to be more in touch with my emotions. As she's sniffling through that, in touch with my emotions.
Do you have trouble being in touch with your emotions?
I have a hard time expressing myself normally. I just bottle things up, which is what happened when I got mad at you. I shoved it down and choked on it, and now it's coming out because I don't have the ability to shut myself, and she's rambling.
Yeah. You shouldn't bottle that stuff up. It's not good for you.
Clearly!
Yeah. And if you have trouble identifying what it is you're feeling, maybe talking to other people about it might help. Or even just acknowledging that you're feeling something is a good first step.
Well, I always acknowledge it. It's just normally acknowledging it here and not here.
Mm-hmm. But do you give it importance when you acknowledge it?
I just stew on it in my brain.
I see.
I have learned a lot since she's gonna like do one of these over the course of trees since that
Yeah.
about opening my mouth instead of sitting in my brain.
It's hard. So don't feel bad if you have a hard time with it. I mean, it's especially hard if the people you're with don't make you feel comfortable with opening up. Which I can definitely understand. And I don't blame you for not opening up if that's the case. Like he doesn't blame her for not feeling comfortable with opening up, if that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Okay,
She's just
okay.
kind of like gonna lean back and look at him and be like, "Why are you being so nice to me?"
Why would I be mean?
Because I deserve it.
You don't deserve me being mean to you. Why would you deserve that?
Because I was mean to you. She's not letting go of it. I rolled for it.
Oh. Well, I forgive you, so what are you gonna do now?
What?
He's like, if I let it go, what are you gonna do?
Sit in my feelings, I guess. But not so internally.
Okay. You're not gonna beat yourself up about it, are you?
Of course I am.
No. That's not what you're supposed to do.
What am I supposed to do?
I don't know. Maybe forgive yourself for making a normal mistake that anyone would make if they are not familiar with their feelings.
She's gonna look at him and be like, "Are you trying to logic me out of my own brain?
Baby.
It's not working."
Oh, wow. It'll work when I'm done with this antidote. I think I'm almost done, I swear.
So she's just gonna sit like next to him, crisscross with her hands, and relax. Just go like this.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I hope you know that I'll need your help, just FYI.
It's okay. I need your help too. So fair's
Right.
fair.
So you are able to, of course, finish that potion. And you are able to give the dose to Phoenix after 10 minutes. Did you make a full potion like you had before?
Yes.
Okay. So, that means you have 3 doses left on that thing.
Okay, 3 doses of absolute advantage of. Chang made a new one. When she drinks that, he wants to explain to her what the potion is, and if they need something like this in the future, they just gotta ask and he'll make more.
Mm-hmm.
And also, he's going to explain what he learned. This one, if anybody's hearing, of course, because he's not really being quiet about this part, the medallions. He's going to essentially say that they had the solution to all their problems right under their noses, because the medallions don't just project the map. It's literally what they need to go where they need to go. It is the map. Like, if they need to go somewhere specific, they can use the medallion to get there.
Yes. And then while you're explaining this to them, Lori is gonna burst in. She goes, hang on. It's like a mix of about 5 different spells to make it. 5.
5 different spells. 5?
About 5 different spells. The spell itself is called Protection of the Eyes of the Seven, and it's a protection spell of good and against good and evil, with a focus on a very specific thing that you're trying not to be seen by. It has mind shielding aspects to it. Not allowing people to scry on you, and then it also has a little bit of dispel magic in it. It's very complicated. It will take me a while to figure it out.
Does it help that I know the main spell?
Yes.
Wait, you can weave 5 different spells together?
That's how you
Oh,
make
of
new
course.
spells.
He's like, well, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure the rest of the spells were actually based on the protection of the Eyes of the Seven, and then made into smaller spells.
Well, I can do protection from good and evil.
Fantastic. I can do dispel magic,
Uh-huh.
and then we need to figure out the disruption of scrying spell. It's basically like a dispel magic, but it's specifically blocking any scrying specifically.
Uh-huh.
I can do that too.
Perfect.
I
So-
think. I don't actually know.
We may
I
be
think-
able to figure this out.
Cool.
Perfect.
Now, do you know if that will protect all of us or just one person?
We're gonna
We'd
have to make
multiple.
multiples. So what I was thinking about was,
was...
well, no, just wait. So remember when I was looking at your little coin there, and it had all those different gears, and then each one of
Yeah.
those gears we could pull apart, and that's gonna be where you come in.
Okay.
Because there may be enough pieces in there that we may be able to then disperse between the rest of us.
Okay.
I have a player question.
Yes.
Is scrying divination magic
Yes.
or perceived through magical? Oh, scrying sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Key definitely.
Who has
It's
that
Key that has
spell?
the spell. Key has the spell.
Yeah.
Has that spell.
Yeah.
Together, with our powers combined, Captain Planet.
However, you've never used that spell, so like,
But she has it, and she should know that she has it.
Because it's your
So-
inner... It's,
so
yeah.
she probably, if they say that as they're all like, because she's sitting there like carving the thing that
She's like,
Ari asked. So
She's like,
as
"Wait
they're
a
doing
minute."
that, no, she's standing next to Venry, and
Venry, who
they're
has a
talking
little
about-
sack just waiting.
well, he hasn't said anything yet. So Key's like standing there working on this thing, and then the protection spell thing is mentioned. Chang's having a panic attack, and Key's just gonna be like, "Huh." she's gonna Just smirk a little bit. She's still not looking at anybody. She's just
Them just going,
carving.
we don't know who has this, so we can definitely figure it out. It may just take up some time of maybe we just sitting down, figuring out the spells, and then meld them together to figure out how the protection of the eyes of the seven actually is created based on those spells. I definitely don't have the disruption of scrying or whatever the hell spell that is.
Okay.
He's like, your anxiety is giving me
anxiety. Key is waiting for her to calm down and stop talking.
Yeah, like, where is she? Is she still standing in the doorway?
Yeah, she's like, she just got off of it, and she's like wailing around. She's like, ah! She's closest to Venri and Key right now.
Oh god. Noctis and be like, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You say yours first, because she's literally just waiting for all of. What is
that
okay. sound?
Yeah, what was that?
It's Lori, unload.
Lori's like, I need a drink!
Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, because Noctis is just gonna be like, he's gonna hold a hand and he's like, okay. Calm down.
Key's gonna...
We'll figure it out. Go ahead.
When they say that, Key's gonna be like, which spell don't you have, Larry? She's still looking at her wood carving.
It's some kind of spell that disrupts scrying. I don't know. It's not something that I've ever come across. It's maybe something that's just not under my wheelhouse.
Key just kind of like giggles a little bit. And then she's gonna be like, interesting. Someone in our group does have that spell.
You're sounding very cocky now, Key.
She's gonna turn and look at him and be like, oh, you... So well. I have that spell.
Perfect. Let's see, Lori?
Have you ever used the spell? Do you know how it functions? Do you know how it works?
Nope.
Do you know...
Hey,
No.
come.
I have not ever used it before because I constantly forget that I have it, I'll be honest. Plus, it doesn't technically do us any good because I believe it only lasts... Just kidding, it lasts 8 hours.
Just kidding, it lasts 8 hours.
Wait, what?
No,
I thought it only lasted like 10 minutes, so I was gonna say, oh, it doesn't do us very good, and I look and it lasts 8 hours.
You're like,
so... One willing creature, though, so it's not the entire group.
That's
like,
okay.
It wouldn't have been an entire use.
Well, we'll just have to reapply it to each of the new things that Chang can create with. I think probably Phoenix would be a good one to help you make that, but you'll have to be the one to take apart all the little gears and baubles from it, and then of course you can probably then make pendants, and then we can, with our powers combined, we can then make the spell.
Do you need to take a nap before that? Because you're getting really...
I think she needs a nap first.
I'm not a child.
No, I don't mean it in I'm not saying
I'm just really excited, alright? It's
okay.
It's something new.
No, it's fine. I just, was...
By the way, when Noctis was like, yeah, I think she needs a nap, he's just grinning as he's saying it. Because she's like...
She's doing the mopey teenage thing, just don't make fun of me.
Can Key, as she's like, because she turned to look at Venri, so she would have seen, like, he has something in his hand now.
Yep.
So she is gonna message him in the earpiece, like, while they're all talking. She's still carving. She's gonna be like, so are you gonna tell me what you're holding on to? Or do I have to sit here and guess?
Well, if you could put down the knife, it would be a lot easier to hand this to you.
Carving something for today.
I understand that, and it looks gorgeous, by the way. But could you put it down just for a second?
She's gonna look at him and be like, only because you asked. Like, hold up.
Yeah.
And then she's gonna do, like, she's gonna try to do, I don't know if I have to make a thing, but she's gonna try to do, like, a daggery, twirly thingy in her hand, and then...
He's gonna give her the... Really? And he is
What?
going to... It's a small little sack that he's just handing over to you, and you can feel, like, metal kind of clink in your hand. He goes, open it.
Okay. She's like eyeing him, like, he acted kind of sus right now. So she's going to open.
It looks like some kind of attachment that's going to go to an end of a arrow piece. So it's like an attachment that's a little bit bigger. And he goes, so there's 3 of them that are in there. And what you can do is it will, if you're able to get a keen shot on something, it will grapple it immediately, forcing it to the ground, allowing you to get a final blow, or if you want to try and, I don't know, speak to them, you can. It's fantastic. I'm very proud of the design. It's actually quite nice. I worked on it for a couple days. I wasn't sure if you'd actually utilize it, but I wanted to try to give it to you anyway. And you see him, he is proud of his work, and it is very streamlined looking. It is, and as I have said, it will grapple, which will basically, if you're going after someone, you can just and they will go to the ground.
Key is going to stare at it for a minute, and then she's gonna look up at him, and she's gonna be like, it's really good. It's really good.
I'm quite proud of
Thank
it.
Good. You should be.
Took me a while. Been working, like I said, on a while.
Have you really?
I went through it for like 6 different times, and do you know how many times that thing has actually grappled me to the ground?
Really?
4. 4 times.
Well, I appreciate that you continued
Mm-hmm.
the efforts. You know, you should really partner up with Chang and maybe look into artificer life. I do think
It's
you'd be good
more
at it.
so of a hobby than anything else.
Is it?
You're gonna hear in your head of just, I miss the magic. I really do. It's
And
fun,
Key's gonna-
but I miss the magic.
She's gonna nod and she's gonna say, I understand, but technically Chang can, I know he's not like magical, but he can do a lot with magic stuff. He's enchanted, not enchanted, what's the term? He's done a lot of things to help with magic things.
True, I also just don't want to step on his toes. I don't want to, like, take away his thing, you know?
I mean, he did. Well,
He's a good
if you
bloke.
want to learn, I know he is. I'm not saying he's not. I know he's not. Look, okay, if you want to learn magic, then maybe you could learn from, I don't know, Phoenix could maybe teach you some things.
Not quite the magic that I'm really wanting.
What kind of magic do you want?
Something easy.
What does that mean?
I'll figure it. I'm still trying to sort it out. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. She's gonna like, pause a second, and then she's gonna be like, "You could become a ranger."
See, then I'd just be stepping in your territory at that point, and I think, I don't know. Don't
Do you
know if
think
you would
I'm not
appreciate that.
good enough? I could teach you.
Oh, you would teach me? I don't know. I think I might just take most of your shots.
You already kind of do that. So what's new?
Not on purpose. Well, sometimes. Most of the time. All the time. You're right.
Not all the time.
Most of the time.
Just okay. I'm trying to figure out a way to,
I'll figure it out. I'll sit and ponder about it.
Okay, that's fine, but you also shouldn't sit and wallow in self-pity alone.
Huh. Wallow in self-pity alone.
Stop it.
Didn't someone just do that recently?
No,
Pretty sure someone did.
I don't know what you're talking about. An hour ago I was downstairs with I was downstairs talking with Phoenix and Jabari.
And before then?
I was up here.
The entire time. The entire time.
Yes.
Because I didn't notice you gone at all.
I'm trying to get better at it.
And it seems it's something that we're both going to be practicing with each other.
And you're going to let me, right?
Begrudgingly, yes.
She's gonna take the dagger out again with her wood thing, and then she's gonna be like holding it up. She's gonna say, I'm gonna hold you to that.
Okay, fine. And he just kind of like laughs a little bit.
And she's gonna like do a singing songy little like, love you.
Love you too. You can just... I'm gonna have you roll a perception for me.
Okay. Natural 20! So 32.
You can hear Kath look over at Bim and go, love you. And he goes, love you too.
She's gonna take her dagger and hold it towards them and be like, stop it.
Bim just kind of gives like a small nod as sorry, ma'am. And then Kath just Sam, you can roll a perception for that. But as we are coming to a close of this round, and it seems to be a good spot, we are going to do so. So we seem to have somewhat of a plan for getting medallions officially made that can conceal one from the eyes of a god. Getting the beginnings of a teleporter created, and has now an idea of how to get a hovercraft as well. But you guys, of course, have all kind of settled in this upper area. This, for some reason, seems like a cozy little spot now. And with that, we will come to a close. Until next time.